We haven't got a theme tune.
Oh, we were going to do that, weren't we?
Yeah, that wasn't a theme tune.
No.
Yeah, we need to sort that out. Terrible.
Wait, so we live now?
We're live now. Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. Nobody's here yet. But that could be a technical thing. Maybe there are people here, but it's not appeared yet. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
well, there's always a delay. There's like a 15-second delay or something, you know. So.
Yeah.
But like you said, just because nobody's watching doesn't mean we're not live. So.
Exactly. Management for life.
It just showed up publicly just right now. So that was like a half a minute delay, right?
Yeah. But I think that's just the initial appearance. I think it does.
There's a dozen people on. All right.
Yeah, there's 8 people according to the thing. So
yeah.
Mason in the Dark is here. That's amazing.
Hey.
Hi, Mason. That is awesome. Hi, man. That is so cool. I hope you're doing well. That's brilliant. Should we like really quickly get the guest in, because we could say once we get, because our guest isn't with us for, well, he might actually be here for most of the show because we're not necessarily going to go on forever, but because he's got a limited time, we wanted to get him on really quick. So we'll say hello to everybody else in a second, shall we? And then we'll bring on a guest. So do you want to tell us tell everyone who our guest is this week, Dave?
Oh, don't we like to surprise it? No.
Yeah, right. We'll just bring him on.
We'll announce it when it comes on. Keep it a mystery for the last second. Ta-da!
Hey! How you guys doing, Silver Foxes?
So when we bring on a guest, obviously we've planned this beforehand and we like to chat beforehand, and we've had a great time on Voxer getting to know each other a little bit before the show, which is good. So yeah, we've got Joe from Book Buds.
Hey, right off the bat, like, I feel like I'm calling into my favorite radio station right now. I'm like, this is like so awesome. I'm so excited that you guys invited me. Thank you so much. I watch you guys all the time. Olive, I love Olive right there. Great co-host. And it's just awesome to connect in this way because, like, I'm like a fan. I watch you guys all the time. So
man.
Yeah. Well, we're a fan of you. We're a fan of you too, as you know. That's what we thought you'd be. We figured that you were, for anybody that doesn't know, Joe we'll let him talk about his channel in a minute, but Joe is one half of Book Buds, which is a pretty funny booktube channel. And we thought Joe would be a great guest because he's one of those rare individuals that's like just as ridiculous as we are. So we thought he'd be perfect for this.
Seriously, absolutely not.
So tell us more about the channel then, Joe. So, how long it's been going, what kind of content's on it, how you guys do it together and that kind of stuff.
All right. So Book Buds, we are coming up on almost 4 years. This was a pandemic project. And, I've always wanted to start a booktube channel. It's just been, something that I've wanted to do for a long time. And Mary was willing. Yeah. So like, well, we have to do it because our friendship was kind of built around books, and we're always talking about books, constantly like trading titles, this and that. So it just made sense because she is not afraid to be as corny or crazy in the parking lot, putting on the wigs. So we're just a perfect fit, and it's so much fun. Yes, the thing that I think is different about our channel is that we review books, of course. We're not like totally like these analytic people who, tear it apart and, go line by line. We just like to have a good time, and we put on a little skit. We choose what scene we want to do, and we kind of perform a little scene for the video, which has been so fun and funny and ridiculous, and it just adds another layer. We like to tell stories, right? We like to read
Yeah.
stories, we like to tell stories. So I thought it was just an extra fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know. I thought you're oh, you probably want to say hi to everybody first, or sorry, Gareth, or did I preempt
No,
you?
no, no. Go on, Dave. Go, go, go,
No,
go.
I was gonna say, I thought your Fourth Wing video was pretty analytical. You know, I mean, it's just
Right. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
way you demonstrated all the dragon, battles that were going on and everything. Very analytical.
Yeah, you did like that one.
It's a lot of fun. The channel, just check out Book Buds, guys, if you don't know it, because it really is really fun to watch. And those guys are just every single video is just awesome. And it doesn't always matter what book it is. It's just great watching them chat, and it's awesome. And they do a lot of tags. Like you came up, the one I first met you because you come up with a tag. It was a while back now, maybe like a year ago or something. And I did one of your tags.
Yes, your answer can't be books.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. So
one of those sort of getting to know the booktuber tags.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that took off. Like we just had no idea that it was going to become what it did, and it was really cool to watch it. You know, Mary was like really like into it and writing down, you know, who did it, so we could like, you know, engage in comments and just to keep it. It was like hundreds. It was so cool. That was like
That's
our
so good.
big bump in like subscribers. Like people were really like engaged in that one. So yeah, that was fun. That was awesome. That was a good move.
That's interesting that you said that about the fact they bumped up your subs, because I did a video. I put up a video yesterday, I think it was, talking about different things you can do to grow your channel. And I said tags does help, and clearly, you know, that's helped for you, and it's definitely helped. Like now and again, that's made a difference for me, and it genuinely does get people noticing or finding out about your channel, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's a great way to connect, great way to meet new booktubers, and yeah, that was a fun one. And the newbie booktube. I mean, that's never gonna go away, right?
Yeah. That's a good shout.
I didn't know I was supposed to do that one. Never did it.
Have you done it yet?
I was thinking of doing it now, like, you know, the booktube newbie tag that we never did, you know.
Yeah. What would be a booktube oldie tag?
The Silver Foxes, that makes sense.
or the procrastinator tag.
You just came up with a genius idea, the booktube oldie tag.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's
First
perfect.
question,
We have to come up with some prompts. What?
First question, why are we doing this? We need to have a catch up about what biscuits we're eating during the chat. Otherwise we'll end the chat and we haven't covered it. So shall I start, being as
it's your thing? Yes,
it's my thing. That's my thing. And then we'll say hello to everyone. So
Okay.
I thought I'd go with a very popular, well-known biscuit that might seem like ridiculous to Americans because it's not very fancy. Its nickname is a plain biscuit. So if you say, "Oh well, do you want a plain biscuit?" It probably means this one, and that's the Rich Tea biscuit. It's underrated. It's like it's just the joy of a biscuit. There's just a biscuit. There's no cream. There's no flavor. It's
sugar,
just
though, right?
your basic ingredients of a biscuit, and it's awesome. You know, it's nice. It's very nice.
you dunk.
It
So,
sounds
You dunk.
Oh, it's a good dunker. Yeah. It's probably one of the best ones to dunk because it's got nice consistency. You know, I love hobnobs. Talk about hobnobs a lot. I'm sure you like your hobnobs, Joe. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Hobnob. Oh, sorry, hobnobs. Hobnobs.
Hobnobs. There you go.
Hobnobs. You like your hobnobs.
Hobnobs. Hobnob.
But they're an absolute nightmare to dunk. So if you like dunking, you like a little, you like basically wet, hot biscuits. Then hobnobs can be dangerous. But Rich Tea, it's a reliable, nice one. And I have got lemon puffs again in case I go crazy and want to slap around the face with the lemon. It's literally like it's getting abused by lemon. If you want lemon abuse, lemon puffs, amazing.
We'll
And as a special treat, eh?
We'll never get to it, Joe. We never get to a show where he's not going to mention hobnobs. That's every.
Hobnob. You got to talk about your hobnob.
Those tea
If I ever
biscuits.
stop saying hobnob and I go hobnob, can you just shoot me? Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey.
But
those
then the other thing is marzipan, chocolate flavored, chocolate coated marzipan.
Ooh, I love that.
Huh.
Marzipan.
That sounds good.
And that's a real treat because this is not great for a diabetic. But don't tell anyone. Yeah, as long as this isn't public, we're all good. Yeah. But marzipan, it's awesome. I like, basically, it's like almond flavor in it. Yeah, marzipan. You know marzipan?
Oh yeah. No,
it's like a wait. It's like a what?
Dave, I just said, do you like marzipan? You went, So you either just gave out,
wait,
or you're not impressed.
It's like a what flavor?
Like an
It's almond flavor. Marzipan's almond flavor, isn't it?
Almond flavor. Okay, yeah.
It's like we get a cake over here called Battenberg as well, which is almond flavor.
Do you have the almond flavored not flavored almond like Hershey bars over there?
Maybe, but Hershey bars are disgusting, so I wouldn't know.
Whoa.
Oh, really?
Okay.
they probably call them Milky Ways over there or something. That's the one thing we learned was that these chocolate bars, they mix up the names when you go like
I know.
Over there.
It's
Like your Milky Way is like our Snickers or our Three Musketeers or something.
Just have the same name. What's the matter with you? Like, apparently, you guys say sidewalks as well.
Sidewalks.
Not pavements. Yeah, don't say pavements.
Pavement. No. It's made up of pavement, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is because it's made up of pavement. That's why we use the word.
Well, your sidewalks are cement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, right, Joe? We use the word pavement over here. We usually talk about parking lots and streets like macadam, right? Or tar or whatever. Like sidewalks are like concrete. We don't really call
I didn't even know you used the word. That's interesting. So you do use the word, you just use it for something else.
Oh yeah, we'll use it, but it's for like that black stuff. That's I think macadam.
Yeah. But we'd call it tarmac.
Yeah.
Okay. For that bit, but we don't obviously see that very often. Usually, it gets covered up.
When a tarmac to us is the place where the planes land.
Correct.
At the airport. That's a tarmac.
That's a landing strip over here.
This is another common theme, Joe. This is every single show.
I love it. Well, we haven't got past my biscuits yet. What about Dave? Dave, what biscuits are you eating?
Yeah, so I did get biscuits today. And so this, when I go to the supermarket, a lot of times I like to go visit like the fresh, like baked goods spot because my family loves that stuff. So I always like to bring something home, like little pastries or little fresh cookies or whatever, put on the table. But I never saw these before. Look at these babies.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Oh,
unicorn frosted sugar cookies.
Pure sugar.
I got those not for you. Actually, you could probably have one of those. We got you something else. We brought you the tasty chicken recipe bits for you today.
Yeah. Remember, dogs like meat flavored cookies, so they're a different breed, aren't they?
Yeah.
Different breed to humans, aren't they?
Yeah, I did a live stream. I did a live stream for Olive's birthday. This was before we started the Is This Thing On show.
Yeah.
I did a live stream for Olive's birthday. Gareth was there, and I gave Olive some birthday cake. Vanilla, not chocolate, just vanilla. She's had it before, but for some reason this night she decided that she would throw up on camera during the live stream when she was eating cake. She just ate it too fast or something. I don't know.
Poor Olive.
Yeah. So I love that. We should have more. There's not enough dogs throwing up live on YouTube.
Right? We're starting a thing. That kind of looks. It's not really like a unicorn. Kind of looks like they tried to make a unicorn, but
yeah, that's not bad.
It's unicorn colors.
Yeah, I think Jim would probably draw a better unicorn, wouldn't
he? He would. You want a little piece of that? You could try a little piece. I think it's safe for you. You can't throw up on camera though tonight. Okay. You got to,
Can I throw up on camera?
huh?
Can I do it?
You can do it. You
Yeah,
can do
okay,
it.
cool. I'll see how many of these I get through then.
You can do it. So what do you got? Did you bring any biscuits, Joe?
Oh, of course I did. All right, so I figured I would bring some New York Italian to this mix here. Now I couldn't
Nice.
go to the Bronx where we usually go for the good stuff, so I had to improvise. I got some Stella d'Oro. I'm sure.
Yeah. Stella d'Oro. Do you have those over there, Gareth? Stella d'Oro cookies?
I don't think so.
No?
get
We
the
have
one-
Italian. We do have Italian biscuits.
So it says
So-
biscotti.
Biscotti, yeah.
Biscotti,
Yeah.
right? That's how we do it. So
Wow,
Uh,
he
was it
really
biscotti?
bringing the biscuits.
Yeah.
So this is the we call this the S cookie. I'm breaking them. This is the S cookie.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the S? I haven't had those. What's the S made out of?
It's all it's
That
it's
looks like it's a different substance.
it
Is
is
chocolate? Is it chocolate?
not chocolate. It's more along the lines of like an almond flavoring.
Nice.
The,
Hey, it's a thing. Yeah, we
Yeah.
should have given him. We should have given Dave the memo. Come on, Dave. More almond in your basket, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get that. And then we got the anisette toast.
Oh yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
you can get the sponge, which is the soft one, or you can get the toast.
Yeah. These. Yeah. What's good about these Stella d'Oro cookies is that none of them, they're not too sweet. You know,
Oh,
they're not like loaded up with sugar like these unicorn cookies over here. That's
Yeah.
what's good about those.
different, but yeah.
I have literally in my closet right now. I have the ones that half of them they're the long strips. Half of them are vanilla, half of them are chocolate. They're like the perfect little dunking
yes.
thing. They're not very sugary, but they're perfect for your morning coffee. I mean, I
Gareth,
try not to do that. too
send
much.
Gareth some of these. He's got to experience this.
Yeah, I'm up for that. That's awesome. Yes, please. You call that an F biscuit. This is an O biscuit.
An O.
Where did that come from?
I'm just bouncing off the fact that you called your biscuit the name of the shape of it. That's all I'm doing here. That's an O biscuit.
How many packages of do you have in front of you there?
Me, I've got the British tea and the lemon puffs and the marzipan. That's all I've got. I haven't gone mad.
Okay.
I mean, that's a lot for. I mean, I shouldn't be doing this. So in that sense, you're a bad influence, Dave.
Yeah.
But sorry. As I said before, I can easily phone an ambulance if we need to.
Gareth, I have to tell you.
boy.
So I wonder if you're gonna know who this is. So every time I see your name, Gareth, I want to call you Jareth with a J. Do you know who that is?
Yeah. Do I know who that is?
Go ahead,
Sure.
say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to mention Jareth because we're going to talk in a minute once we get going. So once we've done all the biscuit stuff, which could be in about an hour's time, we're going to start talking about fantasy, right?
Yeah.
So I was definitely going to mention Labyrinth. So
Okay. Yes, the Goblin
that's
Gate.
it. Yeah,
Can we just like?
I don't mind being compared to David Bowie. All right,
Can you rename yourself just for tonight, Jareth?
Jareth.
On that screen there. Yeah, I'm causing trouble.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. We can just,
I guess
start
I could.
referring to. There's 24 people here, so we could just start referring to him as Jareth. And by the time we're done tonight, some people will leave thinking his name is Jareth.
Yeah.
Do we do
Mate,
a little social
actually,
experiment?
there's many names and words where the G is a J, right? The Jeff,
Yep.
the G is a J in Jeff. So let's just assume it's a G. It's a Jeff G.
Done.
It's a Jeff G. It's a Jeff G.
It's is this a thing on?
Yeah, I didn't even know, Joe, that you're Italian American. So I love that. I should have kept it as, is this a thing on? I should have kept it.
Is this the thing on? When I
Is
saw,
this a thing on?
and you didn't correct it either.
I know. That was me trying to make it a capital letter. That's happened so often. I write a comment on someone's channel, and it's like a random A because I just tried to capitalize a word, and it just does my nutting. It's well annoying.
It's still there. That we just
Is it still there? Is this the thing on? Is it the thing on?
When Gareth first scheduled this thing, it said, "Is this a thing on episode 3?" So I first had to correct him with what episode number it was. I just sent a message. Episode number.
Yeah, Dave sent me a message. Dave just sent a message, massive capital letters, and said, "Don't be such a twat. If you don't sort your shit out, I'm leaving. I'm not going to work with you anymore." It was really quite aggressive. It was awful.
Pretty much.
It's a new side of Dave.
Yo, I can't with you too.
I didn't have the heart to tell him that he effed the rest of it up too.
What an idiot! I'll blame it on. I was tired when I did that. I was tired. That's what it was. I'm tired. I had toothache. There's all sorts going on. You know, I had a bad knee. You know, various reasons why. There's an extra. Is this a thing on? And also as a tribute to my wife, she's half Italian. You know, I was trying to do all sorts of things, cover lots of ground. You know, I'll tell you what's nice. This is a really small, minor point, but I seem to have arranged my phone in a way that I can look at the comments, and I don't have my finger suddenly appear really big on the screen when I'm doing it. It's really nice.
Proud.
I don't know how I've done that. Whoa!
We got a lot here. We got to catch up.
Yeah, let's have a look at these. Right, so Jenny's here. Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
Awesome. Scott and Becky here. They freaked me out. They did a tag, and then right at the beginning it went, "Well, we're doing this, but nobody likes us." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
What? But it was a joke, so it was all good. But I was like, "Do they think that? Oh my god!" I said, "A mess go what?" And they went, "Nah, jib, 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 jib." I don't know how they spell it. Jib, 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 jib. Book chat with Pat. Pat's awesome.
Hey,
Pat's got a new channel. Check out Book Chat with Pat. And she's doing some awesome things.
It's a great name.
Because Chaz is here. Awesome.
Yes!
Hey.
And we're going to talk about fantasy as well. So, Chaz, you can tell us about why you love fantasy too, innit? Brilliant.
Yes.
It's Joe.
Hey, Chaz. We did it. Mason. That's my. That's my.
So brilliant. So brilliant. Mason was such an important part of the support network when we lost Pax, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank God it's Friday.
Here, MJ.
Lorraine. Hello, Lorraine.
Oh, hello.
I'm assuming
Who's
that's
Boo
your
Boo?
partner.
Is that you, Joe?
Huh?
Are you
That's
Boo
you.
Boo?
Yeah, you're Boo Boo.
I am.
Can we call you Boo Boo?
You can call me Boo Boo. Wait, Boo Boo.
Oh my God! Look at this. It's Jared, Boo Boo, and
and we need a name for you, Dave, today. Oh, sis, love it.
Boo Boo made this for me.
Joe's got a gnome.
But I guess so. She made this.
Wow.
So I love fantasy, obviously. So this guy guards my books all day. She made this, I guess, in ceramics and painted it, and she gave it to me. And I love him. I named him Uncle Nico. Uncle Nico,
that is brilliant. I love that.
He's got a staff, his little belt. He's adorable. So this
is so good.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
Isn't that great?
That is awesome.
So we got a lot of
brilliant.
guests.
I love it. Yeah, that's cool. We got a lot of guests. We got so you've got your Uncle Nico. So this is Jareth, Boo Boo, Dave, Olive, and Uncle Nico.
And Jareth,
that's quite a cast we've got here.
Foxes.
I know him. Powerhouse Dance Center.
Whoa. Hello. PDC in the house. What?
There we go. Yeah, Jenny, he's got a book. We will talk about books. I'm sure we're going to get to that in a moment.
Probably.
Powerhouse Entertainment.
Lots of powerhouses here. Yes,
Awesome.
my people came.
What's the Powerhouse reference?
So, Powerhouse is my my business. I own a dance studio.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and if you recall from your answer can't be books tag, I did a little tap dance in there because I'm the tap teacher. So yeah.
No kidding.
That's
I did not know
fantastic.
this.
Surprise!
You're gonna do a little jig for us tonight, then, right?
Oh, I'm off tonight.
Day off. Don't make me dance. What's your favorite dance routine in a film, Joe?
Oh, hold on. I probably will have to go with something from Singing in the Rain. Not Singing in the Rain, but probably Good Morning or Moses Supposes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I love that. I love that film. That is one of my favorite films.
Yes.
I really love it. Yeah, that's nice. So Gene Kelly. So big fan of Gene Kelly then, right?
He's my favorite. He tops Fred. Sorry, everybody. Yeah.
I think he's got there's a bit more soul to it, isn't there? I think.
Just a cool dude, right? He dances like a guy. I love it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. So Jenny says to those guys, how are you guys? Shannon's here. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, Shannon.
Shannon.
Did you hear Ralph just then?
Yeah. He wants some screen time, man.
Hey. Is he what?
He wants some screen time.
Do you want some screen time? Do you want to come over here?
Olive, what was that? What was that?
You want to come over here?
Yeah, Olive wants to see him again.
Yeah.
Who's this now?
Who's coming over? Come in.
Wow. Olive's a little.
You have to look at the screen now. Yeah. Look at the screen.
Oh.
He's here.
Wait, I gotta get mine back.
Ralph's right there.
I gotta bring Uncle Nico.
Yeah, Uncle Nico, Ralph. The cast is getting bigger all the time. You know.
I can't be left out.
Don't look at me. Look at the screen.
What's
Yeah. Don't look at me. Look at the screen. Can you see the screen? I'm on TV.
Ralph. Oh, there he goes.
Who's that, Ralph?
That's Ralph. So I've got two dogs, and they're both named after things I love. So Ralph is named after Rolf the dog from the Muppets. He's my favorite Muppet.
Oh, okay, love it.
And his brother Chico is named after Chico Marx. Yeah. We were saying before that in the last one a couple of weeks ago that we think Chico might be a bit ill. They're both quite old. They're both 15. But I think Ralph's doing all right, although he's losing his hair a little bit. But Chico's losing loads of hair. You all right, aren't you? You all right? Yeah. So yeah, we'll just we'll have him on for a minute. I feel like I'm a puppeteer. I've got him like hold up, like it's a dog puppet, isn't it? Hello, my name's Ralph. What are you doing? You go there. Sorry, he's still on my lap, but he's there. So okay, you can't eat my biscuits, though, mate. What are you doing? Get off my rich teeth. So what's everybody's biscuits of choice? There we go. We need some biscuit banter. Biscuit banter in the chat. We need biscuit banter.
Biscuit banter. I love it.
Yeah. No, you can't go wrong with a bit of alliteration.
A bit of
While we're on food, I don't know. Yes, go ahead, catch up, and then I got to tell you something.
Hey, Mason says your skits are the stuff of legend. Oscar worthy.
Okay, so can we talk about Mason for a second?
Yeah.
A moment. Okay, so I'm gonna tell this story, Mason. Mason is my guy. We talk all the time. Love him. His channel is amazing. You have to check it out. So me and my friends, we're obsessed with the English accent. Okay, we love it. We want to be like Harry Potter. We just want to be there so bad, right? So when I first found Mason's channel, so he doesn't appear on screen, right? I'm like, there is no way that this voice is real. This is like he fabricated. It's the most perfect voice with his accent. He puts it on. He's like the English James Earl Jones. He needs to like narrate films.
He's got a fantastic voice. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. He's amazing. We love Mason. Mason. So I just wanted to tell you that. And I didn't think his voice was real until we started like talking on the side. And I'm like, he can't keep this up all this time. So this must be. He's the best.
Yeah. Well, England isn't real. It's all made up.
You're crushing my
Fact.
dream.
That's a fact. What are you doing? He wants to be on complete every bit of the screen. Does he now?
Yeah. You can just leave him. You can go ahead. You can get out of here. You can leave him.
Yeah, okay. That would get the puppet thing going really well because I could be off screen talking for him. That'd be good. Hello, man. Wrong. I think Rich is awesome. Right, yeah. So MJ says that was like my second video. That's about your tag, isn't it? That was like my second video set.
Oh, huh.
Really?
Can I just say the thing about my two dogs is if I do like make a fuss of them, they will not. Both of them will not stop licking me. There's no second that they won't stop licking me. It's just like, can you actually? I got sopping wet fingers now. It's like, really? Have you had enough yet? No, they can do that for hours and hours and hours. But never mind. Right, moving on. I think Uncle Nico, does he do that? Does he lick you?
We can't say what Uncle Nico does, okay?
Oh boy.
Do you get licked by your Uncle Nico?
Oh God, I can't. These two are trouble.
Right,
Oh
Jenny
my
said,
God, we're so
I don't know what
far
Jenny's
behind
going
you.
to say about what I just said. Jenny says, I've had almost 2 weeks off. Still not read nearly as much as I meant to. Yeah.
That always happens.
Yeah, I'm catching up a little bit myself, actually, which we'll talk about in a minute. Mason, I got a huge boost in the early days with the Universe Collide tag. Universes Collide tag.
What was that one?
Is that one of yours, Joe?
No, but I think we did that.
Universes Collide. I need to look that up because I don't know if I've seen that one.
I got a couple that I'm gonna have to do here. Sounds like.
Yeah,
Yes, Dave, you got to get
that's
on.
a dream. Chad says hi there. The Grizzled Booktuber tag.
Grizzled?
Oh yeah, I think he's talking about the oldie tag.
The oldie book.
The Grizzled book. I like that.
We could stick with Silver Fox, right?
Oh,
That'd be
The Silver
Silver
Fox. Yeah. Silver.
I love that.
MJ says.
She said it just like that.
What are you doing? Latoya. Hey, Latoya.
Latoya! All my people are here. Hi, guys.
I think there
That's
is.
awesome.
Oh, is
There is a
there?
BookTube only tag. Oh, there we go. So someone's got there before us.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah. The book, not a BookTube need. Yeah, actually, I've seen that as well. Thinking about it. Hey, got some love for the rich tea. I'm running out of tea though, so that's not very rich. Oh, my mouse says, "Boo, rich tea disintegrates as soon as it's." Oh, really? Oh no, they're not too bad. There are worse biscuits for Duncan. I mean, Mason will know because Mason is a Brit like me.
What kind of flavor is that though?
What flavor? I'll read out what it says if I can find my eyes. It just says rich tea, sweet biscuits.
Rich tea, sweet biscuits.
Is this like like
like a
if
graham
you made
cracker?
a biscuit, you'll have a certain amount of ingredients that would make a biscuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that, and then they stop. Yeah, that's the rich tea biscuit. So it's nice and it is sweet. It's nice, but there's no extra.
The OG
So-
biscuit.
The OG biscuits. That's it. It's like what they had. They probably had rich tea in the 14th century or something. I reckon. I'm gonna go with that.
That sounds like a little bit like when we were in college and we used to make this thing for the parties. We used to make this thing called Scrunchy Punch.
Scrunchy punch.
We just put Scrunchy came from it was like the ShopRite bear, the mascot for ShopRite.
Oh, Scrunchy, yes.
Scrunchy, yeah. So we used to make this is the same type of thing. We just put a whole bunch of hard like Everclear and a few other like hard alcohols in there. And then we just added Scrunchy Punch powder mix until it made punch.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So you're all sorted. I thought you meant Scrunchy Punch was a biscuit, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. But
No.
I need to listen to you properly, otherwise I'll be getting all sorts of facts, and I'll be going around going, yeah, did you know there was an awesome biscuit called Scrunchy Punch? And they'll be going, what are you talking about, you idiot? Let's keep going. I need to start these in a second because I'm very excited.
Okay.
Al says, "G'day, how's it? I used to have arrowroot cookies. Oh, arrowroot cookies are nice.
Arrowroot cookies.
Yeah,
That doesn't.
they're another
sound
one
like
that's
they would
quite
taste
plain. No, they're nice.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, I vouch for them. Oh,
Well,
here we go.
I mean, let's be fair. You have never met a biscuit you didn't like. I don't think.
That's true. Yeah. That's the most reliable thing in life.
Yeah.
OD
Yeah. The loveliness of the biscuit. That's actually the international symbol for biscuit, isn't it? Ritzies are made for Dunkin'. Yeah. Oh, great. Jenny's got custard creams, which I think was the feature for last week, wasn't it? Or last edition.
Yeah. Right.
Could you imagine if Gareth Doctor ever saw these streams?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Gareth Doctor ever saw Gareth?
Yeah.
That'd be a nice thing for
You
him.
gotta watch him, Joe, because he's normally pretty talkative, but every once in a while we'll be chatting. You'll see like, wait a second, Gareth hasn't said any much, and he's over there in the corner of the screen. Like, it is our job to make sure he doesn't go into shock.
Yeah, make sure he's in his happy place and not in his comatose place.
Right.
Chaz hasn't heard of marzipan, so it's very good. I like it.
Almond flavor.
Yeah, almond flavor. Yeah.
Almond, yes.
Made a cake. A cake.
Yeah.
MJ made a cake out of rich tea biscuits.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
That is
Biscuit
amazing.
and cake. Amazing. So double winning. What's that? What did Charlie Sheen say about double winning or something? So MJ's got tiger blood. MJ says Cadbury's for the win. Yeah, Cadbury's.
Oh, yeah.
Cadbury's. I'll just do this for a minute, just to kind of make it all like. Dun, 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 dun.
Best.
Yeah, Cadbury's. It's the company. Trust us, lads. Hershey's can't compare to Cadbury's. No, no. That's like saying, I don't know, like comparing lemon puffs to my dog's poo. I absolutely love this. Cool, nice one, Chaz. Thank you. James says, I wonder how long it will take to summon Rage Biscuit. Yeah, come on, Rage. Where are you, my friend?
Soon.
He's in the corner of the room. He can't get to the chat yet. He's busy going, oh. Animals. Oh, where did this come from? Animals are stupid. Mason just decided to go, animals are stupid. I love this. My cat once farted in his own mouth.
Wow.
That's awesome. I love that. I'd like to fart in my mouth. That'd be well good.
Oh my god.
Some would say my singing was like that. Oh man, he's gonna go down full Team America with the puking. I think that's yeah.
I love that.
Stella.
Oh, hey,
Book
Farrah.
Salvage.
Hey. Great chat.
And this is high. Book Salvage high back. Caitlin says 12.
What was that?
What does that mean?
Should we make up what she means? So you first, Dave. What does she mean by 12?
That you need to stop at 12 bit. Hey.
You
You need to stop at 12 bit.
Okay, that's good. I'd say I'm gonna adapt that. I think she means you need to stop at 12 packets of biscuits.
Yeah. I don't think that's what she means.
Joe, what do you think she means, Joe?
I think she wants 12 silver foxes.
Well, taking her out for the night.
Hey.
Please help the show. Yeah, please help the show out.
Thank you, MJ.
Yeah. What MJ is saying is you got to say stuff in the chat because this is really boring and you need to help the show out, be more entertaining. That's what she's saying. So thanks, MJ. Quarter moons.
What are the quarter moons? That's the kind of biscuit, right? Quarter moons?
It must be. It's I don't know.
Hello? Is that the
I
marshmallow?
mean, I can make that into a quarter moon.
Quarter moons.
Moon pie. No. What quarter moon?
Oh, look at that. That's
I
beautifully.
think that's what I was thinking of was moon pies. Yeah, there you go.
That's
Quarter
good.
moon. Yeah.
That's a man experienced with biscuits. I can do that without still intact.
Yeah.
I've lost a few crumbs in the middle, but that's life, my friend. Do you have any books about biscuits? Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Books about biscuits.
Got a book about coffee, not a book about the biscuits.
Have you? Oh, what? The fantasy one, Legends of Lattes.
No, I mean it's actual. It's a book about actual coffee. I haven't read Legends and Lattes. Have you guys read that?
Have you read that, Joe?
Yeah. Kind of.
Did you think it was overrated?
I didn't like it.
No.
I didn't finish.
I wanted to read that one. There's a sequel out now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read the sequel because I liked it. I thought it was interesting that it was different, but I did think, yeah, okay, cool, but it didn't get me going. It was just like interesting that it was different. No one had done something like that before, so I'm pretty impressed by that. But it didn't get me excited really.
Huh.
So Joe didn't even finish it. Joe was like, "Is something going to happen at some point?" They just opened the coffee shop.
I mean, it wasn't even that long, right? You DNF'd it?
Yeah. You know what? I just think it wasn't the right time for me and Legends and Lattes. You know, that happens, right? It's just not the right time.
Not the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was going on in my life, but I do remember I was just like not having it. I'm like, I can't. I probably went and picked up Thriller.
Was it one of those things where at that particular time in your week you thought, okay, I'll read this book, but as long as I don't talk about coffee, I'm cool. And then you open the first page and like, oh no.
I should have picked up a book called Legends and Lattes then, right?
That's kind of like when Jareth and I tried to buddy read the Female Man. It just wasn't the right time for either of us.
Yeah. As in, it was a week with the word "day" in the word of the weekday. Yeah, but no, I've got a few books like that though. I've definitely got a few where I feel like it was me rather than the book. So I will reread a few books that I think I'll try it again.
Yeah, you gotta be in the mood for it.
Yeah. Chad says, I love it. We are going to talk about it in a minute. We are going to get going soon. We've only got 40 minutes, so Joe left. This is.
Hurry up there, man! Come on.
I know, but hurry up. Joe Walters is in and demands Jareth changes his name.
We're very nervous. I know.
Yeah. What is everyone laughing about? What is everyone laughing about? I think we're being too silly. Come on, we need to be a little more serious.
She's fun.
Hello. Hello.
Mm.
Let's take this moment of seriousness. Is this thing on? Is this a thing on? This week. It's called. Is this a thing on? As we
Right.
it's Scotty. Hey, Bad. Hi, Bad. Nathan's here. Hi, Nathan.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. I'm Joe from New York.
Hello. That's how the little worm says it in Labyrinth.
Yes, it is. Yes. Oh, Nathan bought me this. Nathan. I mean, we've not met face to face yet, and we have we've got a cool friendship that's happened because of BookTube. But he bought me this. How amazing is this? Hold on.
Wow.
Oh, I love that. He's on the wall. Yes.
Yeah. Can you see it all right? I'm trying to do it so you can see it.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
do it?
That is
So
amazing.
brilliant.
Where did
Yeah, I
he get,
couldn't believe it.
where did he
Amazing.
Get, what's his,
I don't know where he got it from. He got it from
did he make
let's
it?
just say he got it from Brian Henson.
Oh,
He's clearly mates with him.
Wait, so is that what? Because you've got the worm at the end of your things, Joe. Is that worm a particular character?
no, but it should
Oh.
be. No, it's not the
Oh,
same.
okay.
worm. No, it's just a fun little bookworm, but we love the labyrinth worm. The labyrinth worm.
Yeah, come in and have a cup of tea with the missus.
Hello.
Amazing. Do you know the script of Labyrinth is written by Terry Jones?
You asking me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Terry Jones from Monty Python. You know, he wrote the script.
I didn't
Oh,
know that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's awesome, isn't it? Hope you're well, Bad. Yeah. Hi, Chaz. Right.
righto.
Jareth Howells needs to turn up in tights with a supreme mullet and a massive. Well, yeah. You can't ignore Bowie's nether regions, can you? In that film, it's there, it's screaming at you. You're trying to look at his face, and you're like, "Oh, interesting."
Squirrel in
You
that
notice that, Joe?
too.
Yeah, he's got his balls in his hand. You are right. Yeah, but you are actually sometimes diverted to his actual balls.
Naturally.
Naturally. Chaz in the house.
Oh, she put the whole song in there. I love it. Don't need no water.
Well, I'm glad you're good, Jess, because you've disappeared from a couple of the Voxer chats. So I'm glad that you're good. Who would be the first YouTuber to get drunk?
Me and
Well,
Mary
we
got
don't get very much drunk on tea.
on Chaz's live stream.
Yeah,
First you get
We
drunk.
were.
I mean,
Chaz should do a big get together. That's a shout out. Let's do it.
sure.
Francis, hi. That was probably when I said about PAX.
Yeah.
Never been drunk.
He'd have come and knock on my door. Oh, that's a reference to
Three's Company.
that's not a Three's Company thing. No, I was just thinking that.
It's not.
That's
You
not.
know what Three's
that's not
Company is, Gareth? Jareth?
yeah, I
you
know.
Three's Company?
Yeah. I know Freeze Company. Yeah,
I love that.
I was assuming Jess was just flirting with you. You know.
No, that's a reference to. She was reading a book. Called what do you call it? Unhinged. It was a erotic door romance,
Tour.
and
Romance.
I what?
No, I saw your video about that.
Oh yeah.
Door
That's what
romance.
she's talking about. I read that book because of her, because I saw her talking about it, and she looked like she was in the middle of it, and she was having a good time with the book, and I was like, a door? This is an erotic romance with a door? I'm like, I have to see what is going on here, and so
What is it?
you know, it was.
Is the door part of the sexual act then?
I mean, yes, for part of it.
Didn't you say he like into it or
but-
something?
Look, I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but it was. I thought it was actually pretty clever. Like I had to see what the deal was with it, and once I started reading it, it was actually pretty good. I thought it was pretty clever what they did with the door. And I mean, not what they did with the door. I mean, that was the different thing. But I mean, the story behind the door, I thought was pretty clever. And it was actually pretty good. It was actually a pretty good book.
We need to get a door for that bit of the front room. We should get a sexy door.
Sarah's gonna be telling his wife like he needs to put every archway in the house now needs a door.
A sexy
door. It might obviously delay our general day-to-day life if we're just having sex with a door every 5 minutes, but sounds good though.
It's not. I mean, you know, the door. It's not a spoiler. I mean, the door turns into a guy, so it's a little more than just a door.
Oh, is it what a lycanthrope kind of thing where it's like a were door?
No.
A were door. Dave reading Doppelganger and had a whole "what would Dave think" moment. And don't even know if you read nonfiction. Do you know Doppelganger?
I don't know Doppelganger.
Hi, Kelly, by the way. With Dave reading.
What is that book about, Kelly? I'm guessing it's probably. She said nonfiction. I'm guessing it's probably a political book. Would be my guess.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you might be bouncing off your one about the Republican. That was so brilliant, that video.
Thanks,
Never chatted.
Sitter.
Bob. What's that? What's that mean?
I think she's.
What I missed?
She might be upset with the Uncle Nico name. I think she wants it to be Bob. Is that true?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I see.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Well, you give it to me. Okay.
I like to drink, but I also like being in control. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when you got a sexy door in the house.
Yeah. Yeah, it just takes a lot of practice.
Well, having a sexy door in the house.
Well, that too, but
they ain't sober, Jenny. Heck no. I don't know what that accent was.
We're just naturally like this. We're just naturally.
Yeah,
fun.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose there's probably some stuff in. Ah.
In yours.
So this is why I use my dragon goblet so that nobody ever knows what I've got in here. Could be water.
Yeah. Amazing. Did you get the Renaissance Fair?
No, one of my buddies gave this to me. We have I got this little, one or two of them might even be watching now. I have this I call it we got like a kind of like nerd crew here where locally where we all love like comic books and fantasy and science fiction and all that kind of stuff. And so one of them got me that for my birthday.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's so good.
Yeah.
I've got my own nerd club, but we call it something a little different. We call ourselves the Fantasy Geek Club, and they're watching.
Fantasy Geek.
Fantasy Geek. Fantasy Geeks. Yeah, we just go every fantasy movie. We went to Bridge to Terabithia once, and we thought we were getting like a nice fantasy. We both left crying. We're like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah. That's the worst film for parents. You go, oh yeah, I'll get this for the kids, and then you go, what have I done to my kids? And then crying their eyes out.
Oh,
I remember that day. Yeah. Let's go down the shop and damage our kids. Naughty. So hold on. I've lost the thread. Look at that.
Yeah, I lost where we are too.
Hold on, where are we? Right, so I've done that one. Mason says, Uncle Nico, this guy kills me. I get even more Jenny says I get even more childish and chaotic when drinking, if you can believe it. I love it. Well, comment while you're pissed. That'd be great. Although I suppose we might not be able to read it. It might be just like blah, 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 blah. Jess says, I'm afraid of what. Carl, can you imagine? We'll deliberately do a drunk live stream.
He probably
and we're not allowed to take it off until 48 hours later.
Yep. Yeah. He's gonna do a strip tease with his hats.
I like it. And if I drink, I'd have to be completely out of control. I'd have to drink about 4 ciders, maybe some wine or something as well. Bottle of wine, full bottle of wine, and some ciders. And then who knows what I'd say? I might get even a bit saucy.
We could
Dave.
do a special.
Big balls, bit saucy.
You mean saucier, right? Is that what you mean?
Saucy. Oh,
Sauce, yeah. You want sauce? I'll bring you sauce.
We could do a special.
A special drunk.
We do one where we just go into the studio 2 hours before we go live, and we have 4 ciders. We have 4 ciders before we start.
You should.
Okay,
You know?
let's do it.
That would
We'll
be
do
a
it.
fun one. We might need to take the video down the next morning, but
Right.
I think we might have to. I've got a friend, Andy, one of my really close friends, and I was going to suggest he comes on as a guest soon. He did appear on my 1,000 subs live celebration. He's a really funny guy, but he does a podcast called what's it called? Overly Drunk Productions or something, and they do get drunk and then review films and stuff on their podcast. So he could be a guest. It'd be quite funny. We could get a bunch of guests, and it could be absolute chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on the calendar.
We'll put it on the calendar. That's the one. We'll see if we lose any subs because they're just like, these people are disgusting.
Oh, munch.
Munch. Let's find out. Let's experiment. There we go. Actually, Jess has said this. Well, Jess has suggested people just get drunk and do things. I think she wants to see everybody absolutely off their face. I think it's a bit of a thing for Jess, I reckon.
Maybe Jess, we can have Jess for a guest too.
Yeah.
You know. Family.
Mate said award-winning team too. He's just too humble to brag.
Oh, man.
Who's that? Is that you? Is that you, Joe?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have a competitive team.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, they've been training. So this is competition season. So they'll go all over the tri-state area around here, Jersey, New York. And yeah, they're doing great. So we're really excited. And it's fun.
So is this something you've always done?
Yes, sir.
Like since you were young?
Yes, I started dancing when I was young. My business partner and I, we took dance together at the same school and grew up together and just, had this dream to one day open this dance studio. And here we are 11 years later. And
awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Huh.
You're very shocked at this, Dave.
I didn't know this.
I absolutely love it. Is there any tap on your channel?
I just in that answer can't be books tag.
I do a bit. Okay, I'll see that again because I definitely saw it a while back. So
yeah.
Clearly, my memory is terrible. I don't even know what I've just said. Clearly, my memory is terrible. I don't even know what I've just said.
He's a comedian too. He's a rock star and a comedian.
Yeah, right. Sometimes my students will just go ha ha, and I go, all right, we can take this lesson really seriously if you want. I'm getting well. I'm trying to get quicker with this as well. So Chad says I might get my channel banned. And Mason says I dance like a gorilla. Love it.
Yeah, Mason, I can't.
Love it. Gorillas are underrated dancers, I think.
Probably.
The Boogbird family.
Oh, Jareth.
Yeah, Jess is definitely getting excited about getting pissed with tequila.
Jenny's my supporter in this one tequila.
Ah, there's a gorilla that does the Cadbury adverts over here.
Yeah,
and they use Phil Collins in the air tonight, and the gorilla does the that bit in the song. That's one of the Cadbury's adverts. Obviously, Cadbury's have been going for a long time, but yeah, there's a famous Cadbury gorilla. And Nathan says Ralph is trying to start a Wells of London sing along. Well, I don't know. Well, he's buggered off now. He's gone. He's over there. He's asleep over there.
I have no patience for you.
Yeah. 4 tequila, they're all just counting. I think they might be drinking that. If they're drinking those tequilas, then we need to see some of these comments. That'd be good. Go with the props. We're always in trouble. Ralph is his granddad's name. That's Mason's granddad's name. Awesome. Shout out to Mason's granddad. Chaz says, I hate tequila, but I love the song Tequila.
Good one.
We all have that like one really bad experience with a particular alcohol when we're young, and you can't drink it. Mine was tequila. I can't drink tequila.
Jägermeister. Ugh.
Big shout out to the dogs.
Horrible.
Hey, you're not falling asleep there, are you?
Caitlin says you're hanging on to that gnome tight.
Uncle Nico, he's my boy.
Yeah.
Sitter.
Tequila.
Hobnobs forever.
Hobnobs. Hello.
I screamed with laughter. Awesome. I want a chocolate frog from Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
A chocolate frog.
Yeah.
Oh, so Rage has been summoned.
Oh, fantastic.
You're just so damn behind, Garrett. That's going to be a half hour by the
I
time you get
know. Sorry, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to race through them, but yeah, I can't just ignore them. Mason says, I think his British accent might be even worse than Pax's was. Let's talk about yours, Joe.
You don't like it? You're the one that's training me. It's all your
Yeah. I mean, Pax's accent was bad. I don't know if you saw the live stream that I did with her, but it was absolutely hilarious, and it was just amazing. And we just, all the people in the chat and me, just couldn't stop asking her to say different words in English. It was amazing, and she was just laughing. It was brilliant. Oh, that was Mason's. That tag was Mason's one.
Oh.
Yeah, Michael K. Vaughan's English accent's amazing as well.
Yeah.
The unicorn cookies remind me of Gary the Unicorn.
Oh my God.
Who's Gary the Unicorn?
Gary the Unicorn.
That's from a T.J. Klune book.
Oh, I haven't read any of those.
Oh my God, so funny, hysterical. You got to listen to the audio for that one.
Oh.
Who's the audio by? Is it just a random person, or is it the author? Or?
No, it's by this guy Michael Leslie, who narrates all of T.J. Klune's, like this one series and a few others. It's like an experience. He does all the different voices. It is absolutely hysterical. I've never listened to a book quite like this before. The first one is called The Lightning Struck Heart, and it's like a fantasy series, but it is hysterical. It is insane.
That is awesome. Okay, I'll look it up. I tell you what, Joe, I think you would enjoy the audio version of one of my stories that's on my channel, which is called Whatever Happened to Ethel Pinchworthy. A friend of mine did an audio version, and she's kind of like a female Stephen Fry in the kind of her delivery, and she did an amazing performance. So yeah, check out the Whatever Happened to Ethel Pinchworthy. Yeah, it's about an old lady that gets abducted by aliens. It's a really stupid story, but I think you'll enjoy it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mason says, Rich tea, no flavour at all. It's for people who want soggy biscuit at the bottom of their mug. That's true. I've probably got some rich tea at the bottom. It's true.
Soggy biscuit.
Soggy biscuit. That's a bit different. That's Brian's brother. You got Rage Biscuit and you got Soggy Biscuit. We love a soggy biscuit. Aren't we all soggy biscuits deep inside, right?
That's a good band name too. The Soggy Biscuit.
Was it ration food? I think it probably was. Yeah, I bet it was. Must be cheap to make. Kelly says my chat isn't lined up or something. Oh, I'm probably well far back. I'm doing my best. People keep chatting. It's lovely, though, isn't it? It's because people were chatting. It's cool. I've never heard of a moon pie. No, moon pies. That was ages ago.
Yeah.
It's. I'll read it out. Hold on. I can't just ignore them, can I? It's a delicate crusted with a fluffy marshmallow in between the layers, covered in mild rich chocolate. Is that a little bit like a wagon wheel then?
I don't know
Maybe.
what wagon wheel is.
Wagon wheel.
I'll bring them next time. I'm going to get a wagon wheel for next time. I haven't even opened this yet.
Sounds like the most upper-class British phrase.
Scrunchy punch sounds like the most upper class British phrase ever. Yeah, it does. Scrunchy punch. Darling, shall we have some scrunchy punch?
Those would be bad. You want to have that special on here? We only need like one. We go in the studio. We drink 1 cup of scrunchy punch, and we'll be good to go.
Okay.
That stuff was ridiculous.
Oh, there we go. Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Aaron says it looks like a wagon wheel. There we go.
See, we have little we have a wagon wheel. We have little kids, like little toddler treats called wagon wheels. Or not even toddlers, like little baby treats. They're like I don't know if you guys have them over there, but they look like little wagon wheels, but they're like
Okay. There's always like a little snack version of other stuff, isn't there?
no.
So Chaz has said that's quite the comparison, Jareth.
It's
Yeah, I think that was when I talked about lemon puffs and poo. Raging biscuits. Tiger blood. Yeah, MJ's got tiger blood. What kind of if you were able to be a biscuit, what kind of flavor would I? I'd be a chocolate digestive, I think. Cheesecake. Chaz would be cheesecake.
Best.
But Rage has appeared, right? Rage is here.
Rage is here.
Cool. Oh wow, iron brew flavored. That's a Scottish drink. Jess says lemon. I love lemon flavored stuff. Mate says, Joe, I think you should tell the lads about the new book rating system that me and Mary created.
Mason,
What's
I
that?
think you should shut up now. How about that? I think you should just zip the lips. We're not talking about that on live.
No, I feel like you kind of got to tell us now.
Yeah, he said it. You want to offend Mason?
I think you should all tune into the video so we get more views.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So
Tune into the video, guys.
I hope Mary's watching, because if not, I'm gonna be really pissed. Okay, so this was Fourth Wing, Rebecca Yaros.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she wrote some. Mason, I'm gonna kill you. She wrote some. I think that was her first fantasy. Like all her other books, I guess, are kind of like romance, maybe.
I saw this video.
Yeah, steamy.
Were you
romance.
counted? Was she counted? Out of the appearances of the.
Correct. You want to tell it?
Yeah.
Dave, go ahead. Why don't you tell it?
Well, I mean, basically the simple version is Mary read all these. So I guess Yaros, likes to use some dirty words in her books.
Yeah.
And so Mary read like a whole bunch of her books and literally counted the amount. What was it? It was the C word, right?
Yeah.
Was it the C word?
Yeah.
The amount of times that it appeared in each of this book, and ranked the books based on the amount of times that word appeared in each of those books.
Right. This one had 3.
That's dedication. That's dedicated review. And you said at the beginning of this live stream that you don't do analytical reviews over there.
That's about as analytical as BookBuzz is going to get.
Right? I mean,
oh, God.
I don't see anybody else on BookTube diving that deep.
Whoa, nice innuendo there.
I like it. I think one of the books had like 8 appearances. Yeah. Rebecca Yaros, she loves to go for it.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a friend that's like literally every other word that she says is like. Jenny says no coconut. Oh, bounties. Yeah, no bounty this week. Yeah. Just marzipan. Oh, that was amazing, by the way. I just had my first bit. Oh.
That's good, huh?
It was good. It's just having a party in my mouth at the minute. It's a new face of pleasure.
This guy.
Full moon, half. That's the quote from an advert. Full moon, half moon, total eclipse. I don't seem to be catching up much. It's a coconut chocolate sweet. Yeah, Bounty's amazing. I can do coconut, but can't do but not the flakes. Oh, okay.
I like coconut
Yeah.
on cookies. What about books? Oh,
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
This is what we do here.
that is why it's sometimes can be a bit long as well, because we can get to the book, then we get going, and then there we go.
we'll get to the books, Joe, right when it's time for you to leave. We'll start talking about books.
Well, I could come back to the chat, but the trouble is they will talk about stuff that Joe said, so Joe would have gone, so it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this the thing on?
Is this a thing on?
Is this
You're getting there. I mean, you're catching up. I mean, not really.
Mason says he's the only Nathan who isn't his mortal enemy. Yeah, I know. No, you're right. I said Terry Jones, and these two were like, "What?"
I'm like, duh. Which way did he go?
Is that interesting? Why do you want to ignore it? Bowie was beautiful. Yeah, well, yeah. Chaz is up for coming on the show. That's awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Aaron said he's bought Unhinged.
Unhinged too. Had to be done. He must have saw the. Jess said it was like actually a popular book this Valentine's Day.
Wow.
Oh.
What would I call my sexy door?
Call her, Gareth.
Well, clearly Doris.
Nobby.
Doreen. Well, yeah, that'll do. Grumpy, unstoppable, badass fireman Santa versus the sexy door.
What's that one?
No.
Grumpy, unstoppable, badass fireman Santa. That's another
We need
book.
to get to Dave Made a Maze before we move. And being John Malkovich, don't we? We need to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
There we go. Rage Biscuits
There he
here.
is.
There he is. And Chaz is going to get some sexy doors. Yeah, we summoned him. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I mean, it sounds nuts with but that book was hot, man. I couldn't put it down. And I don't usually read that sort of thing.
I was really impressed. I watched that review this morning, I think it was, and I just love the fact you going. Actually, I was quite turned on. I was like, nice.
So, Dave, are you going to continue with these books? Maybe this is the new genre for you.
Yeah. Look, if there's an Unhinged 2, I'm getting it. I'm not even going to wait. Download it that day.
Unhinged.
Brilliant. I love it.
Who knew?
Some of this is lots of highs and stuff, so I'm going to kind of keep going, try and find a place to start. It's all good. I don't like skipping messages, but we don't want to. We haven't got Joe forever. You could do a stream where you have to drink every time biscuits are mentioned, or with every innuendo. James just summed up our show.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Tap dancing is the only dancing that blind people like. I love it.
That's
Yeah.
I think I'm Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing.
Hey, nice. We need to see. Okay, Brian, on your hodgepodge, your next hodgepodge, do your normal stuff, yeah, whatever. I'll watch that, whatever. And then at the end, we need to see some dancing. We need to see Brian Rage Biscuit do the dance. Doesn't matter what dance is from Dirty Dancing. If you want to get maybe your wife to sort of, if you lift your wife up at the end, maybe a bit of that. Or, one of your dogs. It doesn't matter. So we need to see some dancing. Or just little Jimmy like he does, when he does the thing and he goes up to her. Okay, Brian, I'm going to just imagine that Brian's agreed and promised that he'll do it. All right.
Yeah. I'm trying to picture that now.
I am
Once I stayed in Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I was just about to skip that one. I got drunk once. I stayed in the corner in a dance hall until it finished. Oh,
Oh.
hey, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred.
Hi, Fred.
Happy Friday.
Bye, Fred.
He's making some new substances in his lab at the moment. Jenny
Fred
says,
knows-
Bob, why are you staring at the wall? Where are you staring at the wall? Bad way you're staring at the wall. If I'm going to read the comments, actually read it properly.
Exactly how I looked.
For Mason's benefit, Brian says, I got treated for soggy biscuit in college. Oh yeah, Mason. Yeah, there's one. I wanted to do the whole book, the whole of my first book, and I did have a friend who's got a really deep voice that was doing the one about the old man that gets visited by death, which is a great, funny story. It's not funny at all, but that's all. That's as far as I got. I was going to read one myself, but I don't think I'm a very good reader, like what's the word? Read out loud kind of reader. So I'm a little bit nervous doing it, but yeah, Sharon, who did my Ethel Pinchway one, it was so brilliant. It was brilliant. It's so brilliant. Really funny. She did all the voices.
You got to get Jim.
Jim, if Jim was offered, I'd be well happy. Yeah. Jim would be the man, wouldn't he?
You want me to talk to him?
Yeah. He sort it out. Yeah. I've heard that he's a little bit standoffish. You know, he'll be like, yeah. That's a joke. He's a lovely man. You got to be careful. People just might believe you. Book chat with Pat says, pretty interesting scene with moon pies in the Green Mile. Oh, here we go. I will rewatch that. I was going to reread that at some point. Will they talk books? Will we get to books? We will get to. We got to get to books. What you got to go in 10 minutes. Did you watch Dave Made a Maze, Joe?
Say it again.
Did you watch Dave Made a Maze?
I did.
Oh, so we need to get that as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
you're basically caught up. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna.
It's tough. It's tough keeping up with all the comments. You know.
Well, it's a lot. It's lovely because you guys are having a good time, which is brilliant. It just means there's a lot to get through.
I think you really don't need us most of the time in the comments.
Yeah.
With each other, you know. I mean, they don't really need us.
There we go. This we'll end with this bit before we start talking about what we're going to talk about. So Kelly says, next review, an interpretive dance review of Faulkner. Let's do this. That is great. And then he's going to do Faulkner in August. Faulkner,
you can do that because
Faulkner with feet. All right. Let's take that off and let's talk about what we're reading first, and then we'll try and fit in Dave Made a Maze. Is that cool?
That's cool. Is that cool with you, Joe?
Yes, sir.
What are you reading, Joe?
Let's see it. We see you got that stack there.
Well, I'm in between books, but I just read this. I was telling you guys about this. This is Frida McFadden. She wrote The Housemaid's Secret, The Co-Worker, The Inmate, some other ones. I love her. She is awesome. I just want an awesome thriller. I don't want to think too much. I don't want to get crazy. The twists in here, you never see them coming. I was like screaming. I was like, I need to talk. And Mary's not reading this, so I have nobody to talk to about it. It was so good. So I really recommend this one. You know, sometimes the author's most popular book isn't their best. The Housemaid's Secret, it took me weeks and weeks and weeks to get from the library. It was good. I liked it, but I like this one better.
Okay.
My
wife read that. I think I told you my wife read that Housemaid, and she liked it. Same thing. She said it was good, but she didn't love it.
It was good.
But
it was entertaining. Yeah.
All right, it's interesting. I'll check that one out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like average length, right?
Yeah.
It's like 400 pages or something?
Yeah, almost 4.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to read it.
Yeah, you like thrillers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to read that right after he reads Cage of Souls. Right after. That's a buddy read that I've been bugging him about for literally 12 months now.
Got it.
I really want to read it. I really want people to keep like bringing up book events. It's well annoying. Yeah, that's why I actually redid my March TBR to stop like doing like obligated books, and there's only a couple next month that are part of events now, so I should have better time to just pick stuff that I want to read.
Yeah.
And I forgot March is coming. I love middle grade. Totally.
Yeah, cool.
Totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
So
what else? You got a whole stack there.
Oh well, these are just for show. These are like
the fantasy question, is it?
Yeah. Have you guys?
He likes to make it look like he's a big reader. Come
on. We always have the whole books and book.
All right, I forgot. You know.
Yeah. It's all like a facade. He probably was being a dancer.
Talking about what we're reading now, right? I forgot. Sorry, guys. I forgot to. Talking about what we're reading.
Oh, Stephen King. Mm-hmm.
I love it.
That's so.
Did you have those ready when we were going to talk about why we love fantasy? Because we might have to get you on again just to actually carry on with the conversation.
I think we will.
I've got the best one here. Ready for fantasy?
Oh yeah, nice. I did a video about that one for the banned books.
Yeah,
and I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I want to read the others as well.
Yeah, you have to read the others. There's so many good ones. People don't know about this, right, Dave?
That's right. I had no idea. You were like you and like 8 other people told me I did a video where I like caught my so I did this I know you guys know, but for other people that don't know, I did this couple videos where my daughter was getting rid of a ton of books and she was going to give them away, and I said, let me go through the boxes first because I don't want to keep some of that stuff. And she had a bunch of Wizard of Oz, so I was hauling it online on the video, and there was a number of like Wizard of Oz books in there that I didn't know anything about. I didn't know these existed. And then a bunch of you, Joe, and a bunch of other people were commenting about how it was like a lot. I forget what the number was, but there was a
13. Is it 13?
There's the original by L. Frank Baum, yes, but it goes on and on. Other authors come in. You know, there's so many, and even today, people are still writing them. This is just, and I love. So the Wizard of Oz is like my favorite thing ever. This is what got me into fantasy when I was a kid. I had to get on the books, I watched the movie constantly. Everything Oz I just love. So I love that, Wicked has made the biggest splash that there is, and now that movie is coming out because I just feel like this is just never gonna die, and it deserves its spot,
Yeah. No, it's funny because people don't necessarily see it as a massive part of the history of fantasy. They just see it as a children's book, but it's so important in the development of fantasy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what I love about fantasy, which is one of the things that we're supposed to talk about, is like I love, and it happens in a lot of the Oz books, like the journey, right? So like there's something that has to happen. There's a quest. They got to go get something. So they start on a journey and they go across the land and they meet this one and they meet that one. A whole bunch of characters come into, these different lands and, these different evil people. I love that about fantasy. Did you guys ever read the Prydain Chronicles? Lloyd Alexander?
No, I don't know those.
Oh, those are good too. And those are they're like older books, not as old as this, but I like the older fantasy ones, like like The Hobbit, of course. But Lloyd Alexander, the Prydain Chronicles, I think the Black Cauldron is the first one, maybe, or the Book of Three.
Oh, right, yeah, the Black Cauldron, yeah. Have you seen that Troy Tradup has been doing videos about those books?
Oh no.
Yeah. Check out his channel; he's really good. But yeah. I want to read those. Actually, I didn't realize I didn't know that was the name of the series, but I want to read those. Yeah,
those are good.
Have you read all the Oz books, Gareth?
I've only read the first one, so and obviously I've known about. It's one of my favorite films. I've known about the culture of it, the history of it and all that for a while. But I had been meaning to read the original book, and I really enjoyed it. And I thought the differences were really fascinating as well,
right?
Between the film and the book. And yeah, I'm going to read the others definitely. The second one's supposed to be quite good as well, right? Return to Oz.
Oh, so good. The Marvelous Land of Oz. Yeah, that is so good. It's great.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I want someone to make a movie exactly like the book, like all the things they left out from like the movie. I want them to make another movie with everything that's in here, because there's like awesome stuff in here that they left out.
There is, yeah. I love the bit with the is it mice? Yeah, there's thousands of mice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be well good to see it. Yeah, I love that bit.
Right? Yes.
Yeah. And the origin of Tin Man is really, really like dark, isn't it?
Oh my God, I know that there was this off-Broadway play here in New York, and it was all about the Tin Man's story, and it was there were no words, like they didn't speak. Incredible actors, they did it through movement and just through like puppets and storytelling, and it was his origin story, and it was amazing. I think it was like on PBS.
Oh no, yeah,
that was like so awesome. So his story is crazy.
I tell you what, because that's really cool you've done this, and we were going to talk about why we love fantasy. We probably can't talk about it forever because you've got to go soon. But how about all three of us say like one thing that we want to chuck out there as like a big part of fantasy for us? So you've got Oz. So Dave, get ready to do yours. I'm going to talk about Labyrinth and Brian Froud. Right. So you guys know Brian Froud?
No, who's that?
So he's the guy that designed the Goblins of Labyrinth, and he designed the Dark Crystal.
Love the Dark Crystal.
Yeah, he's an amazing illustrator, and he kind of personifies what I love about fantasy. That I love the quest thing, like you said, and I love the sorcery stuff. I really, really love that, and it's been a big part of my reading since I was little. But I just love weird creatures. I love weird goblins and elves and whatever, so the way he draws, it just like really captures my imagination, and I've always loved that since I was a kid. Used to try and draw it myself. So yeah, I'd buy any book that I found of Brian Froud's drawings. So we nearly met him. We had a Comic-Con in Portsmouth in my city, and I think my daughter found out that Brian Froud was going to be there. She sent a message to the family chat saying, Brian Froud is going to be in Portsmouth. And there was like huge capital letters. We were like, all four of us were like, oh my God. And then we were definitely going to go. And I was going to talk to him however long as he'd let me talk to him. And then COVID happened. And the Comic-Con was cancelled.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, nearly met him. But yeah, big fan of Brian Froud.
Did you check out the Dark Crystal show that they did?
Yes, yeah, and he worked on that as well. So, and his son was working on it as well. A lot of the old team that filmed the Dark Crystal were on it as well. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely on Netflix, right?
Yeah, I didn't check it out.
Oh, it's really good. It's really, really good. Awesome. And it's really authentically Dark Crystal. It's so good. It's like a prequel, wasn't it?
Yeah. Classic.
Yeah. And there's like graphic novels now as well of Dark Crystal, isn't there?
A lot of people don't like the Dark Crystal. They were scared of it, or they just, I don't know. I feel like it has like a cult following.
I do remember it being a little scary. I mean,
it's very slow as well. I mean, as a kid, I think you got to be a particular kind of kid to love it because it is very slow. But yeah, I think it's amazing. And Jim Henson just wanted to do something where he created a complete land, a whole new fantasy world just with puppets. That's what he wanted to do, And I mean, you guys know how much I love Jim.
To be fair, I mean, I was still in my 20s when I watched it, so that might be why I was a little, I don't think I'd get as scared today,
Olive.
Yeah.
I remember watching that little. I remember watching that. I actually don't remember too much about it, but I remember watching that when I was younger and finding it pretty scary. That was also one of the first books. Because that was I haven't even seen that book in a long time, but I remember it wasn't that. It was a simpler book, and it. I think that was one of the first. That's not like a full. It's not like obviously like a full book, but that was one of the first things I think that I read in elementary school. Because when was that published? I mean, that was.
What do you mean, Wizard of Oz?
No, the Dark Crystal.
Well, the Dark Crystal was an original thing, so you might have read the novelization of it because Jim came up with the whole concept of that. So it wasn't a book first.
Right.
But that was an 80s creation.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I read the novelization when I was a kid, so it was out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you would have read that.
Yeah. Guess so.
But what about for you? Because you read a lot of sword and sorcery stuff, don't you?
To
Dave?
me?
Yeah. What would you
mean,
kind of say about chuck out there fantasy?
I like it. I haven't read a ton. Like there's still a lot that I want to read. I mean, you'd be amazed. There's a lot of like famous series I haven't read yet, but I do like it a lot. And one of the this may be the first actual. So this book is very important to me, even though it's not a great book. I think I've probably showed you this before, Gareth. I'm going to show actually a good copy of it. This is actually a good original copy from the 80s. This is the first Dragonlance book.
Hey, Dragonlance.
Yeah. Have you ever read this, Joe?
No.
Yeah. So this book is important to me because so the authors of this, Margaret Weis and Tracy Hickman, they went on to write many, many books, a lot of Dragonlance books and a bunch of other series after that. Dragonlance it's over 100 books now. There's a lot of books in the series done by many, many authors, but it's basically traditional D&D setting. And Margaret Weis and Tracy Hickman, this was based off of characters in a D&D campaign that they had, and they turned it into this novel.
It was the first time anyone had done it, wasn't it? It was the first time that it had been done, that they literally turned a game into a set of novels.
Yeah, probably. And so you read it now, and it's not like a great piece of literature or anything, but this was really important to me because it was my first exposure really to fantasy, number one. Number two, I think it might be, I read this in 8th grade the first time, and it might be the first full-length novel that I ever read.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure. I mean, it might have been The Hobbit. I don't remember, but I think this came first. So I think this was the first fantasy and first full-length novel I ever read. And it's one of the only books that I've read multiple times. I almost never reread stuff. It's probably the only book that I've read more than twice. This is actually my original copy. You can see.
Nice.
Because I've had this since I was like 12, and I'm now 50, and I've read this many times over the years.
That's a book.
And this copy I bought because I wanted my daughter to read it, so I figured I can't give her this thing, like I gotta buy a new one. So I wanted to buy the original version. So I hunted it down on eBay, and that's why that one looks okay. But yeah, that was like, just for me personally, that was like a big.
Yeah. I think there's a comparable thing for me with the Belgariad, David Eddings.
Yeah.
Have you read that, Joe? The Belgariad?
No.
Oh, you'll love that. So there's 5 books. And it's like a, sort of standard quest thing. It was criticized at the time for being very Tolkien-esque, like very kind of a Tolkien ripoff. But it is written differently. It's much more character based, and it's much more kind of modern kind of way of writing, if you like. Because it came out in the 80s, and it's the kind of classic kind of fantasy thing about. So the first book was The Pawn of Prophecy, and it goes on from there. Queen of Sorcery. And a few others, can't remember what the third one was called, and Enchanted Endgame and Castle of Wizardry was the 4th one. Can't remember what the third one was called. Magician's Gambit, yeah. So yeah, they're really, really good books. Yeah.
I haven't read that series, but I think if you look up lists like top 10 fantasy series of all time, I think that will appear on many of those.
Yeah. I think it really was. In a way, it had a new influence, if you like. So obviously these things come along and have a different way of doing things, then they become influential. But it was a Tolkien ripoff, but it reads differently. He's definitely got a different way of writing than Tolkien. So that's awesome. So there might be some people in the chat that have read the Belgariad, but if either of you read it, let me know, because I do want to reread it. So I haven't reread it for a long time. I've read it twice through, but the last time was about 20 years ago. So I'd like to read it again.
By the way, I should just say really quick, in case anybody's interested, I got Scott from the Bookish Bryans to agree to he's going to reread this with me.
Awesome.
Dragons on Twilight. And I'm going to get, he's like, I'm trying to like massage him a little bit, you know, like he committed to the first one, but he's warming up to continuing to go on, you know what I mean, and read more of them. And so if anybody else is interested, we're going to read that first one in March if anybody wants to join us.
Oh, cool.
If any of you are interested in Dave massaging you, then give me a message.
That too. I mean, you need to be in the tri-state area, but if you're, you know, within 50 miles, I'm a good massager.
It will massage you while you read a book about a sexy door.
Oh God.
Yeah,
all right, so we won't go to the comments yet because we haven't got Joe for long. So let's talk about Dave Made a Maze and being John Malkovich.
So where did you find this movie, David?
Gareth found it.
Yeah,
I found it on. I was just looking for stuff to watch on Amazon, and then Dave Made a Maze sounds like something I should investigate. And I read the little blurb, the plot, and I was like, let's watch the trailer. And I watched the trailer, and I thought, I need to watch this because it looked insane, and it obviously was completely insane. So I told Dave about it, and Dave was like, "Yo, you'd already watched some of it, hadn't you?"
Yeah, not when you. So he told me about it real quick for anybody that's watching. What it is this guy, his wife comes home. She's been away for the weekend, or his fiance, right? She comes home and finds him. He had built this humongous cardboard fort in their living room, and he was lost inside of it. Like he couldn't figure out how to get out. And so it goes from there. A whole bunch of people come. It becomes a very surreal adventure thing. It's nuts.
it's crazy.
But Gareth talked about it. He had watched it. He said he was going to watch it. And I heard that, and I'm like, that sounds really cool. So I went and started to watch it. Often I will break a movie up. Like if I watch on a weeknight, I'll watch it half one night, half the second. So I watched half one night. I'm talking about it the next morning, and my daughter's like, that sounds really cool. I'd like to watch that. So then I waited for her, and then we watched it together. My wife ended up watching it too. The three of us watched it. My wife did not dig it, but you know, not her stuff.
Yeah, my wife, Ali would not like it.
That was like one of those things like, I can never get that hour and a half back, you know. But my daughter and I liked it. And then Gareth finally watched it after. You hadn't still watched it yet, right?
It was a really lovely moment, actually, because you know Richie from my band. Or from our band, you know, I shouldn't say my, you know, I don't mean anything except our band when I say my band, the band I'm in. And we created the band we've been playing together 30 years. He's like a brother, and he's going for a little bit in a minute. So I said, do you want to come around and we'll have a chat and just have a chilled out night? We won't play any music. We'll just have a chat. And he was like, yeah, okay. And then after we chatted about it, it was really cool. And I said, should we watch a film? And he was like, yeah. And I said, I'm about to watch Dave Made a Maze. I'll watch it when you leave if you don't want to watch it, or do you want to watch it now before you go? And he was like, yeah, let's watch that. He was absolutely pissing himself laughing all the way through it. And it was really nice watching it with him because, you know, the really, really crazy bit where it goes into animation, spoilers.
Yeah.
Well, not animation really, it's puppetry in it. It goes into puppetry. Yeah. And you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
He was laughing his head off, and it was just so nice because I would have just been, oh yeah. But it made me laugh loads. So watching it in company is much better than watching it on your own. And he just kept laughing.
Yeah.
So the whole time I just kept thinking of like being a kid and making the fort in the living room with the chairs and putting the blankets and the pillows and making, and like that's what we used to do when we were kids. And like this totally reminded me of that. So immediately I was like, you know, brought back. It was like nostalgia, and it was hysterical and crazy. And like I have like some things written down. They're like, where's that beard at? Beard's on the face. Like they kept repeating it over and over again. Where's that beard at?
Beard's on the face.
That was so funny. Did you guys like that?
Yeah.
I was dying.
So let me ask you this. I am pretty sure I need to go back and rewatch it now because I think there was like I
With all the
feel like
subtext.
3 times.
I feel like there was a lot of references and things in there that because like when the I don't think we're spoiling too much, right? Like when the puppets, and look, anybody that doesn't know, we were going to talk about Dave Makes a Maze. We give everybody weeks, right? Everybody knows what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
When the puppets are in that like pit area, do you remember what I'm talking about? When they go in and they're trying to escape from like they're submerged there. And did anybody get Star Wars vibes? Did anybody have a flashback?
Oh yeah, that's a good shout.
When they were in the trash compacting
with the trash compactor. Yeah. I didn't see it at the time, but no, you're right. That could have been deliberate.
I'm like, oh my god, that is totally. I'm convinced that was a reference to that. And now I'm like, there's got to be more that I missed. I got to go back and watch it.
I thought there was like maybe an Alice in Wonderland reference with like the playing cards, right? First they were string, and then like I think they like it was like I was like, oh, that's like Alice in Wonderland. Did you guys see the big penis made of paper? That was
well, there was that bit where all the characters were mesmerized by the should we say the foo-foo?
Joe, that's not that kind of show, man.
It's like Rebecca Yarros all over again.
It's all right. People will think you said Bemis is fine. Did you see the enormous Bemis?
Bemis, yes. You're bad.
That was funny. Well, I told you I was watching it with my wife and my daughter, so that got a little uncomfortable, that part, when I was watching.
Well, well, we were laughing about the whole women's bits bit, but I reckon if I watched it with my wife, she'd be like, "What's this about?" I'd be like, "Well, I can imagine people might get mesmerized. I don't know." It's a very unique film, right?
It was pretty nutty.
And Bryn scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
At the end,
they're
freaking
right. How creepy was that?
Oh no, yeah, that was creepy.
That's got to be paying homage to some horror movie that I'm not thinking of now. But
I love the moment. I love the fact that like anything like that, because it takes itself seriously, it just happens. And there's no one just goofing it off. They're all like deadly serious. And like when they first say, "There's a Minotaur in the maze," it's just like, this is going to be good, because there's just because it's a maze. Clearly, there's a Minotaur killing them. It's just like awesome.
I like centaurs better, don't you think?
Say again.
I prefer centaurs.
Centaurs, yeah, yeah, they're cool. Centaurs are cool,
right? That one part at the end, when they were like, I don't know. I guess it was kind of like, I don't know. They kept changing their costume, and they were like different things.
Oh, yeah. That was weird. That bit. You mean the dinner table bit?
Yeah. And there was the old-fashioned phone on the wall.
Yeah, that was really. I need to watch that scene again because that was really weird.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, it looks like the old Lassie show when she's calling up. She's calling up looking for Timmy because he's late for supper. You remember?
Yeah.
That dial phone where she had, like crank it. That was in there. I love that.
So Joe, did you have a? Because like when I watched that scene, I was like, all right, this movie's actually getting deep now, and I'm not getting it. And like, I'm like, but this is clearly getting like philosophically serious here. Did you get that? Like what was happening there?
In Dave Made a Maze? No.
It felt like it was getting serious, but then we both went, "What the hell is going on?" And then we just thought, "Hey, let's just sit back and enjoy it and not try and analyze it." So I wasn't. If I'd have tried to analyze it, I'd be like, "No, watch that bit again," because I don't know if it really. I think it just went a bit mental for a minute.
Yeah. I gotta say, I liked the movie. I did. I really enjoyed it.
No.
It was a fun, wild ride. It was cool.
Yeah. So it was a bit of fun, isn't it? But I'll tell you what, because we talked about it, and then we thought about other films with a kind of a surreal nature. And my favorite on that front, and genuinely easily in my top 3 films of all time, is Being John Malkovich.
That's in your top 3?
I love it. I love it so much, Dave. I love it. I've seen it so many times, and every time it never gets boring, and it always feels like the first time I've seen it.
Well, I'll
I
tell
love
you,
it.
since we were talking, I went back and rewatched it recently, and I was surprised at how I forgot how good it. I was excited to go watch it again. I remembered liking it. I forgot how good it was, and it holds up really well because that movie came
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
When did that come out? That was a couple decades ago.
Was it 98 or something? I think or something like that, maybe.
And it held up
Um,
well. It didn't feel like, a lot of these movies go back, and I mean, you like old stuff, Jareth, but when
I do, yeah.
I a lot of old stuff I don't have patience for, like just like if it doesn't look like a modern movie, sometimes I, don't really dig it. But
Really?
but this one totally held up. Like could have been made like last year, it was good. You don't know
Yeah.
what it's about?
I did not know. I did not get a chance. I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah.
So-
It's also
so-
very surreal, sort of. We won't spoil it, but it's also so this guy has to go get a new job, and it's just like in an office building.
He's a
And
puppeteer, isn't he?
right, he's a puppeteer, right, and that's a big part of it. He's an out of work puppeteer, so he has to go get this job in an office building, and just the office is like weird. It's like on the 13th and a half floor. So it's like it's a weird office. There's weird people. He finds this portal there, which is it's not a spoiler, it's the title of the thing. The portal puts you into John Malkovich's head.
Okay.
So you're like John Malkovich for like 15 minutes or something. And it's very surreal sort of thing, and it's pretty good. You should definitely check it out.
Yeah.
It runs with that premise, like it just keeps going, and it's just like moves it forward all the time. And like Dave said, we won't spoil it, but it really develops, and like loads of other characters come into it, and it gets really hectic, and it gets quite serious, and then it gets just surreal, and the ending is just like, wow. It's like, what were they on when they came up with the ending? Yeah, it's so good.
That's my trademark freeze. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. So what's the weirdest film you can think of that you've seen, or you think about when you think about weird films? You think of that film?
Oh my god, I'm so bad with like coming up with questions on the spot. I don't know. I can't think of any weird films. Probably some horror movie that was just like terrible. What was that?
Yeah.
Mother or something?
Oh yeah, Jennifer Lawrence.
Yes, Jennifer Lawrence. That one. What the hell was that? That was weird, no,
I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
but I like Jennifer Lawrence, so I'd like to see it, I guess.
me too.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was kind of a bizarre one.
Have you done the favorite people tag yet? You're gonna do it. Be good to see you do that one.
Favorite people?
Yeah, the tag I came up with a week ago or something, and a few people done it. Favorite people tag.
Oh,
You
cool.
could tell me your favorite actors and stuff. That'd be cool.
You release a lot of videos, like at a lot.
Yeah, I wrestled with it. Like I don't know, about 2 years ago, I was trying to maintain like about 3 or 4 a month. Like, I thought that would be good, but then I kept like just coming up with ideas, getting all excited, doing tags, doing response videos, and then once I started doing them more often, I was thinking, oh, am I going to harm the channel? But it didn't seem to harm the channel, so I just kept going. And now, yeah, it's like 2 or 3 a week. And I know it's 2 or 3 weeks. I got all stacked up till next February.
Wow, pretty good, man.
Yeah. So I have to
love
shuffle some of the other ones. Say again.
Stuff in the queue. I love filming stuff and then like just leaving it there, and it's like I think we're good for like 5 weeks right now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And if it's not something that has to go that week, you can move it forward a bit if you want to do something in between and that, in it. And yeah, it's good. Why not? So I like that. So you're ahead 5 weeks. That's good. That means I'm not a complete lunatic. There is somebody else batch filming or filming in advance.
Oh yeah, it's amazing because then you don't have to you're not pressured. You don't have to rush. Things get busy. You got a little wiggle room.
I mean, you do yours together, don't you? So do you have like certain times you meet up in the week to film and things like that?
Yeah, and that's why it could get a little tricky. So we gotta like do it when we can do it, and then sometimes we're like film like every day of the week, and sometimes like none, like our different schedules. So we have to take advantage of it when we can. So
Yeah. And do you do you both of you share the ideas? Like you come up with ideas together, or is there one of you that goes, "Oh, let's do this," then the other one's like, "Yeah, cool." How's that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's really awesome because we have twice the books to review, twice the amount of ideas. We call them our staff meetings. We have our staff meetings, and we sit and we just brainstorm. And she's reading her books and coming up with her things, and I got mine. Sometimes it overlaps, which I prefer, but sit and we just can't brainstorm. And she's reading. Oh, there was me.
Sorry. When I get kicked off, that happens to me once every show. I get kicked off, so then I turn up the iPad so I can hear it while I'm off.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. So it can come from her reading as well as your reading.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a Mary episode. Sometimes it's a Joe episode. If it's something she hasn't read. So.
Yeah, but you always listen to each other, don't you? And like you're doing it together, even if it's centered on the other person, which is cool. I love that.
Yep. Yeah.
So you two. I'm just tell us if you have to go, but you two are like.
Don't remind him he's going. Make him stay here by accident. Don't tell him he's got to go.
That's all right. Yeah, I mean it's still 7 o'clock. You got time.
Little bit of room.
Are you two long-term buddies or
couple of years we worked together.
Oh, okay.
At this point, how many? So 4, 5, maybe like 4, 5, 7 years at this point, maybe.
Okay. And you just realized that you each like books. You both would talk about books, and then said,
"Oh
hey,
yes, that was like our thing."
And whose idea was it to start the channel?
Me. I think I said to her one day, I was like, I would love to do this. I would love to. I don't know if I showed her a video or just said something. She's like, I'll do it. I'm like, you will? You'll do it? I'm like, are you kidding? It was hysterical. And another funny thing about Mary, we love Mary. I don't know. Is she watching? Like, what is she doing? I
don't know. It'd be good if she is. I don't think she's commented yet.
She has everything. So like for our skits, if I'm dreaming up something and I'll be like, Mary, do you have an old crib? Yeah, I got one in my basement. Mary, do you have a dragon? Yeah. Do you have an old phone? Yeah, I got. I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. She has everything. So she just like brings in all her freaking things and their props. It's amazing.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So that really works out. Thanks, Mary.
But also makes your channel different, doesn't it? Which is really cool.
Yes. So I'm into dance. I'm into theater. I love all that. I love movies. I love storytelling. So, I mean, I'm no actor, but sitting there throwing on a wig and regurgitating some lines, it's hysterical. It's fun. Yeah. So I just I wouldn't want to do it any other way.
Yeah. It's just, I love that about you. I love that about you guys. That you just have no fear. Like you're actually, that's not true. There's one caveat to that, but you guys have no fear. You'll throw on the wigs and you'll even put a dress or whatever.
Yeah, I have this freaking pink wig on, and there's people walking by. I'm like, all right, hurry up, shoot the scene, let's go, hurry up.
Yeah. What are you usually doing that in a park? Because I know you talk about the books in the car usually, but are you usually doing the skits in a park or something there?
So we had a first location, and then it was in a park, and then they kicked us out. Whatever. Yeah. So then we had to go find another spot that was equally as private. So we went to the library, and we went into the library, and we said, "Yo, library, can we film in the back?" And they were just like, "Sure." Oh, right. So now we don't have to worry about anybody kicking us out, and it works. And it works because sometimes we need a book, Sometimes we film in the library. We do our library shorts. You know, it's we need to get the
That's
book.
really good. Yeah. And you can bounce off that, can't you? And like think about other things you can do with it.
Exactly.
So the funny part is that I was gonna say, like, you have like no fear when you're doing those skits, except for one thing, which I always get a big kick out. You know what I'm gonna say?
Do I?
Whenever there's, because you guys review a lot of books where there will be like you're doing a skit where there will be a romantic scene, and every time you guys have to get close, like you're gonna get kissed. You both look like super nervous,
and we're like, totally
you're like
goof,
and then cut.
Yeah, and we're like hysterical laughing. I'm like, I don't know how actors do this shit. I can't like hold it together. The amount of time that it takes us to film like a very short scene is like, it's like 45 minutes sometimes. Because it's all about we're laughing the entire time.
Yeah, right. But that's the fun of it, right?
It's so fun. It's so fun. Yeah.
I think it'd be really cool if you guys do a video on Unhinged and have a sexy door skit.
I have to tell her about this book. She's gonna love it. Look at Jared. Look at his face. I can't.
He loves causing mischief.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would love to see a skit from you guys about Unhinged. It's not a long book, Joe. It's not a long book. You can both read it.
All right.
You know, it might end up being a long skit.
This guy is so funny. All right, I'm gonna have to talk to her about this at our next staff meeting.
Yeah.
Unhinged.
That's awesome. Right, let's keep going with these. Let's get back to the people because they're going to comment on what you've said. There's some stuff about the C word. Well, that's Aaron talking about the C word again. Brian's been called the C word. Yeah, it's the one. It's probably the word, isn't it, with the biggest reaction? Shannon says, "Buddy reading with Joe is an amazing experience."
Oh, Shannon, thank you. Yeah, we listened to a lot of TJ Klune together.
Okay.
Awesome. So Mason's had trouble getting time to read. I think I've had a bit of that this week. I'm catching up, definitely catching up on my stuff. We haven't even talked about that, have we? We haven't talked about what we're reading. Try and get that in a second. Yeah, there's a Wicked movie coming, isn't there?
Yes, it's coming out. I think Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Part 1.
Daughter Erotica. That's been the theme for tonight.
Yeah. It actually was a little bit. There's a little bit of mythology in there.
I've never attended the musical, but the movie looks interesting. The trailer was shown during the Super Bowl. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so everyone knows about it. Hey, Chaz loves the Dark Crystal. Yeah. That's right. Brian Fowler's son Toby, who worked on the new Dark Crystal, is the baby Toby in Labyrinth. So it's actually Brian Fowler's son. Yeah, which is awesome, isn't it?
Oh my God.
That film is so perfect, isn't it? Labyrinth is such a perfect film.
It's practically perfect. It's great.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Love it.
Yeah. Legends. Yes, I love that film.
Tom Cruise, right?
Tom Cruise, yeah, and Mia Sara.
Oh my God.
Amazing film. And again, see, that's the thing about the creatures. I love the creature design. That's Rob Bottin as well, who did the effects in The Thing. He did the creatures in Legend.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and obviously Tim Curry's Darkness is incredible, isn't it? The look of Dark, amazing.
That's so good.
Absolutely amazing. See, that's a slow film, but if you're into the look of it and the style of it, it's just a beautiful film, isn't it? But it's definitely not for someone who wants like action, isn't it? I drove my family crazy watching Labyrinth. Yeah, it was my favorite film as a kid. It really is such a great film. Never really thought about it as starting my love of fantasy. Yeah, I think absolutely, it's definitely a fantasy film.
You know, this is one of those. This is
Go
one
on.
of those movies. I don't know if you have that, Garrett. I don't think so because you seem to have much better memory than me. But that's one of those movies. Like it's been over three. It's probably been 3.5 decades since I've seen it that I remember almost none of it. You know what I mean? Like there's so many movies now that require a rewatch because I haven't seen it in so long. Like like 3 or 4 decades is like a long time. I can't remember things for 3 or 4 decades,
I'll tell you what, because we like doing homework in this show, don't we? How about we watch Labyrinth for next time?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you two, because that's my suggestion, if you two can come up with another 80s movie each that we watch, and then hopefully, Joe, if you can comment and stuff next time, we'll have a different guest. But if we can watch 3 80s films, so Labyrinth, one of them, and if you can come up with one each that will also add to the. Go on.
He's got one.
Willow.
Yes.
Okay.
Willow. Good shout.
Right.
So Labyrinth, Willow, brilliant. Dave.
I have to think. Same genre, basically, right?
Yeah. Could do. Yeah.
No, you put me on the spot. I need a couple of minutes.
We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back while we're going through the comments. See if we can come up with another one. That's awesome. Willow's a great shout.
Yes.
So, and I haven't seen that in ages as well, so it'd be good to watch that again.
So, I do apologize, but I do have to start to go.
Okay.
So before you go to those comments, I do have some things to say. Let me gather my thoughts. Well, first of all, thank you guys so much for inviting me. This was so much fun. I was so excited to, collaborate with you guys, get to know you. And Dave, I just specifically want to say thank you. You mentioned us not too long ago. You gave us a Paxi award. That was so cool. And I know how you feel about PAX. And I had a relationship with her as well. We always talked on the side, Instagram, whatever. Wonderful person. And what kind of links this is she was the first channel to shout us out like that on her. She gave us an award as well, way back when we first started. And I'm like a big kid, I was so excited. I'm like, oh my God, somebody mentioned us. It was like a big thing. And she's awesome. I loved watching her. She's just another level. So for her to shout us out, I screen recorded, I sent it to all my friends. I'm like, look, somebody on BookTube who we love mentioned us. It was a thing. And then we got even closer talking. So it's just, and now you did the same thing. And it's kind of like, I never thought when I started this channel with Mary that we would have these relationships. Like I never thought I would miss someone who, stopped doing their channel or would talk to someone on Messenger or text. Never thought that ever. Yeah. And it's such a cool community. It's such an amazing place to be. We all love the same thing. And I just never knew that this was going to happen. And now I got YouTube blokes now. So I just
Silver Foxes.
Powerful Silver Foxes. Yes.
Yeah.
I told Chaz, I was like, we need to have a BookTube like convention or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
That's happened. There's been some people in like adjacent circles that have done that. It's really cool. So
all right, well, we're not far, buddy. So
yeah. I mean, if we could manage to get you for a bit longer, we can do when we have we can do one where we have 2 or 3 guests, couldn't we, Dave? And then
of course.
You can we can all talk to each other and you might. Joe, you might want to say something to Chaz on screen in the show, and it'd be nice if there's people up there that have got different things they want to say to each other. That'd be quite fun.
I would love to come back. I would love it.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really nice that just the last week when we've been kind of we started up the things that we can organize ourselves, but it's just been such a wonderful chat that we've been having. And Joe, I think you're awesome, man. And I loved your channel before, but I think you're just an awesome guy. So
yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Ditto.
And I genuinely I miss Max. I miss Pax all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
She left her
such
mark. Oof, she certainly did. Amazing person.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Joe, because yeah, for some of us, and me and Gareth in particular, we both had a really, really hard time with that. We still have a hard time with it. You know, we still cry here and there, both of us, about it. And but I think she was what you were saying, like she was like the epitome of that. She was like one of the ones that like really, really got into the community and really expanded on friendships and connected a lot of people. And you know, there's a lot of friends that I think that part of why Gareth and I became so close. I mean, I consider Gareth. I've never met Gareth in person. He's on the other side of the ocean. I consider Gareth a close friend now. We talk all the time. We message like every day or almost every other day, whatever.
Yeah.
I do believe, I'm not just saying this, I do believe a very big part of how Gareth and I started to get close was because of PAX and because of the trauma that we went through with PAX. And so, you know, like her death was a horrible thing, obviously, but it really did have some silver linings. You know, I mean, she like, even in her death, she continued to do wonderful things, I think, you know, and so I'll leave it at that. So otherwise I'm going to start crying. So
I'm sorry. It's just too similar not to mention, but Mason and I, same thing. So we talked beforehand, but when that event happened, he and I like started, you know, just talking more and more and just became even closer. So it's, she's powerful. She's powerful. She had a gift.
Mason's message, you know, I did that video where I got everyone to do little messages in between the music. You know, we did that thing like we did. It was trying to get, when we were trying to raise money for the treatment, and Mason's message was so it was beautifully conversational. Do you know what I mean? It was like it was just something about it that was so magical. Mason's in particular, I thought, you know, because I loved hearing the messages and putting them in the video, and when I received one, I couldn't wait to watch it. And they were all awesome. But Mason's, there was something really cool about the way he sort of went, "Hey PAX," you know, and it just sort of started in a just as if he was just sort of talking to her right next to her. There was just something really magical about that. So yeah, no, really, really lovely guy.
Yeah.
All
right.
No, thanks for talking about that, Joe.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it again. And I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming on, man. This is
Silver Foxes.
Woo!
Yes.
Come on. If you kind of make it, can remember in your head that you went at 2 hours and 7 minutes, because we're going to be looking through the chat and there'll be people talking about what you've said. So, what they've said, and I'm sure they'll all agree with what you've been saying.
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you so much, guys. For real. All right.
Thanks, man.
See you later.
Bye, Olive.
Oh, that's been awesome. And we actually, he stayed a lot longer than he said, didn't he? We thought we'd have him for an hour and a half.
I don't know. Must have been having a good time or something, you know.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we should probably catch up on this chat, right?
Yeah, let's do it. So Neighbour says, I really wish they'd gone ahead with the second season. Yeah, I think it was really expensive, wasn't it? They'd apparently finished filming it, but didn't want to spend the money on post-production. Idiots. Yeah. I suppose it's there waiting to go if they do decide to do that. Yeah, that's a Tim Curry mentioning it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Legend's awesome. That's Moid.
Oh, Moid's here.
Nice one. Thanks, man. So 1982. Is that talking about Legend or Labyrinth?
Or being John Malkovich?
No. That's not John Malkovich. No, that's well early for John Malkovich. But I mean, Moid might have a suggestion for another 80s film to watch, but you've got to come up with one, Dave. You've got to come up with some homework. Labyrinth and Never Ending Story. Yeah, that's a classic.
Oh yeah, the Never Ending Story.
I haven't seen that for a long. I haven't seen that since I was a kid.
I haven't either, but I watched that numerous times. That was a good one.
Yeah. I mean, that could be your backup if you don't think of another one.
Yeah, it could be. Could be.
Sebastian. Falcor. Yeah, Falcor. Falcor. Awesome. See, I love that kind of thing. The creatures, I love like
Yeah.
magical creatures. I just think it's really, really fires my imagination. I love it.
Yeah. That was such an original, Never Ending Story was such an original, lot of originality in that one. Very, very interesting concept and all the
Yeah.
characters we met.
Torture of Ludo came right up in the Google search. Now I have to rewatch. Yeah. Yeah. Friend. Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Do it,
We're all
Jenny.
going to rewatch the films. There's Al.
Hey, Alan.
Hi, Al.
Big Heart Gareth. Big Heart Jared.
Nostalgia Movie Weekend. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, it's just interesting that Toby's continued on and, like, you know, worked on the new Dark Crystal. I think that's pretty cool, isn't it?
That is interesting.
Smoking with Bilbo. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we did this on Fridays because with this time it's on a Friday. It will be on a Thursday normally. It's
that was
just
my fault. That was my fault. I had a professional thing going on, so I had to.
Yeah.
Gareth was nice enough to be flexible about it, but sorry about that.
No, all good. Actually, yesterday was mental. So normally it would have been yesterday, and I said to my wife on the way back from a funeral. I went to a funeral yesterday.
Oh.
And I said, I'm so glad that it just happened that it was going to be today, because obviously on a Thursday, even normally I have my normal teacher job, and then there's a little hour gap between that and the youth club sort of School of Rock kind of job I've got in a Thursday evening.
Right.
And then I come back from that and then immediately set up to do our show.
Yeah.
So it's always a hectic thing. But then this Thursday, I got the afternoon off work to go to a funeral in Guildford, and that was tough. It was one of the hardest funerals I've been to for a while.
Yeah.
And I was knackered afterwards. So doing my evening job afterwards was hard enough. I thought, do I really want to do this? But it was fine because you know, the kids kind of let it run and stuff. It was all good. It was fine. But I could tell I was really tired because, you know, funerals can take it out of you, can't they? So
yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But it was an amazing funeral. It was one of those things, because the guy that died, a really, really lovely man, the guy that died was a staunch atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a humanist ceremony. And I've been to ceremonies before, like a crematorium ceremony, where the person that was kind of organizing it had said that the person that died was an atheist. Can we not do too much religious stuff in it? And then they've said, oh, well, I'm afraid this is the way we do it, and you can't really change it much. And it's all a bit, you know, and I've been to one like that and thought, well, that's not on, because that should be about what the person that died was like. Right. And this one, I was so shocked because they was literally, it was almost quoting my song, People Live On, saying, you know, people live on through other people's memories and how they've touched the people that they love and their family and friends and their community and all that kind of thing. That's how people live on. And I just couldn't believe it. I was getting quite emotional just hearing this guy saying that in the ceremony. It was so beautiful to hear that, rather than just saying they've gone on to the afterlife, you know, which for me and for the guy that died wouldn't have meant anything, you know. So it was such a beautiful thing to hear him say that, because it is how I really passionately believe that what we do in our lives and the friendships we make, and, you know, like you were saying about Pax, you know, Pax changed the world. She brought many people together. She left a massive impression on BookTube and on the world. Do you know what I mean? That's how she lives on, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was amazing hearing him say that. And there was also, I keep saying the guy that died, John's sister did an amazing speech. She did so well, and like all about his life. And then his two sons also did speeches, and they were brilliant, and they were teenagers, and they did an amazing, just amazing speeches. And I couldn't believe how well they done. And then two of his friends did a live performance of a song, the John Martin song. And then there was a lovely kind of photo montage. It's just awesome. Really, really like powerful, emotional ceremony that just like amazing. So yeah, if the show was yesterday, I would have been really
yeah, that would have been rough.
So it's a nice kind of fluke in a lot of ways.
I told my wife that if I go first, I want her to tell everybody to come to the I'm not religious either, but to whatever ceremony she has, that I would like everybody to show up in superhero costumes.
Yes. Awesome. Yeah. It put a bit of brevity to it, doesn't it? It's like
right.
Yeah. And people
I want people to celebrate my silly craziness and not, not my death,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, obviously, inevitably, we were talking about it on the way home as well. And I was saying, it was just such a good model of how to do yours. If you go to someone else's and you think actually that they got that so right. So we were kind of talking about that. Yeah. And it should be a celebration, like you said. It's about the person, isn't it? And it should always be about the person that went. Yeah. Right. Awesome. So I love that superhero costume idea. It's brilliant.
I don't know how many people would do it, but you can ask, right?
There'll be people go, "Oh, I fancy dress and all that," wouldn't it? Okay, so I just found Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, and the Storyteller novelizations on Amazon.
Going straight to my list.
Yeah. Do you know the Storyteller, Dave? I don't know if you've talked about it before. Do you know the Storyteller?
I don't think so. But again,
it's one of my favorite things that the Henson guys did. They're Grimm fairy tales, that kind of thing, European fairy tales. Not all Grimm fairy tales, but that kind of thing. And they're done with the Creature Shop, done with Jim Henson's creatures. Some of the creatures are awesome. Some really famous British actors are in it. And it's presented by John Hurt. So John Hurt's the storyteller. And his dog is like a character in it as well. And they kind of talk to each other as he's telling the story. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So if you try and check it out, it might be on Amazon. The actual show might be on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
It's so brilliant. Yeah, there wasn't that many of them either, so it wouldn't take you too long to go through it. But it was very expensive to make,
Yeah.
You are correct. I thought the week got longer. Yeah, Chaz. Yeah, there's novelizations for those, which is awesome. I definitely read the Dark Crystal one, but I think I read the Labyrinth one as well when I was a kid. Can't wait to get them. Awesome. Yeah. Mason said that was like when I watched Annihilation. I could tell they were getting at something, but it was so hard to grasp. Yeah, that was when we were talking about Dave Made a Maze. It was like, was that meaningful or was it just mental?
Have you seen Annihilation?
Yeah, I love Annihilation. I think it's a brilliant film, and I need to read the book. I've got the book to read, but I haven't read it yet.
Okay, maybe I need to. I don't know how close they are. See, I didn't watch the movie because I didn't love the book. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I didn't love the book, and but a lot of times they don't follow it closely. So I mean, maybe I should give the movie a shot.
I think it's a really weird movie, and there's a bit at the end. I mean, it ends in a really psychedelic way. I think it's kind of it's quite trippy. So I don't know if that is written. I don't know how he'd write that, to be fair. So I don't know if the film changed it or it is actually written like that, and that's why it's a bit of a weird book. I don't know. But yeah, it's very trippy.
Should probably check it out to compare.
Oh, MJ's gone. Bye, MJ. Thanks for coming in. Probably a lot of people saying goodbye in there now. Kelly says, "Oh, weekend. Yeah, have a great weekend." Jenny says, "See you later, MJ." Why am I doing this? Yeah. I think he's catching up. I think he watches it on double speed when he's got to catch up. I think. I was in a movie club, and that was the movie was a pick. So that might have been Labyrinth or Willow. That might have been when he was talking about Willow. Skinamarink.
One of my friends was talking about that. Oh, you haven't heard of that one?
No.
Yeah, it looks really weird. It's like one of my friends was talking about it. He was like all excited to watch it, and then he went and watched it with his sons, and like this is very unimpressive, but it was like I don't even really know so much what it's about, but it looks very odd. It looks
Well,
very
some
odd.
films are kind of odd for the sake of odd, right? And they haven't got that kind of likability, and it just doesn't really get you going. Clockwork Orange, yeah, that's a weird one. But yeah, quite a political one though. To be fair.
No.
Brian's gone. See you later, Brian. Thanks for popping in. Awesome. See you, Rage. I love Midsommar. That's one of my favorite horror films.
Yeah, that was pretty. I didn't love it. I mean, I thought it was good. That's one of your favorite horror films?
Yeah, because I think for me, I guess it was probably the right element of tension and dread, but with a payoff, without it being uncomfortable or, I don't know, too jumpy or whatever. I liked the build up, I suppose, and I like the fact that you kind of think you know where it's going, and then it does get there, and it's like, okay, this is nasty,
that was weird.
Yeah, I don't like. There's some horror things I just avoid. I don't like home invasion films, because I think I've got a fear of it, so I don't like watching that.
Yeah.
Did we talk about fear, like phobias last time? Oh, that was in the chat we did, wasn't it? About horror mayhem, we talked about phobias, didn't we?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, because I've got a fear of a genuine fear of fire.
Yeah, was that something happened or?
I don't know, but I don't like candles and stuff. I really like. I don't like naked flames. It makes me uncomfortable.
Huh.
I was assuming it's going to go wrong. I think. Have you got a phobia of some kind?
I don't think so, really. I mean, I'd have to think about that. I don't think so. Nothing scares me really, Garrett. So,
you're a man. There's lots of people saying goodbye to Brian. Mason says, as much as I'm enjoying it, I've got to go. Okay, so Mason's gone. Thanks for the fun show. It's been fantastic having Mason in, wasn't it? It was really cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Jenny says, bye. Chocolate biscotti. And Al's definitely catching up, which is great. I love it when he does that. It's great. You can see the thread. You can see where he is in the thing. Mary's out to dinner, so hopefully Mary will see this later. Excalibur. Excalibur's one of my favorite films.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, maybe. It's awesome. We can make that homework.
Excalibur.
Long.
I don't remember. I'll have to look.
It's got an amazing Merlin in it. I think he kind of carries the film. But Helen Mirren is Morgana, a very young Helen Mirren.
Okay.
And there's a very young Patrick Stewart in it, and a young Liam Neeson in it. Yeah.
Oh.
Patrick Stewart's got hair in it.
Wow. I'm gonna have to watch this one, I guess.
That's the big selling point, but it's awesome. I think it's definitely my favorite version of King Arthur's story.
Huh?
I think it's awesome. Yeah. So if you want fancy watching that one, there's a neat Amazon Prime series by subscription. When things go wrong on set, like the movies, Rosemary Baby, Exorcist. Oh, okay.
Huh.
When things go wrong on set, I'd like to watch that. That's cool. That's a good shout.
What's the name of it, Bad?
Well, I think it looks like When Things Go Wrong on Set.
Oh, that's the name of the show, you think?
I think so. I think that's what I'm getting from that. Maybe if she's still in the chat, maybe she can confirm that. But yeah, I think so. Maybe Time Bandits.
Oh yeah. Oh,
should we have that?
That might need to be it.
That's the homework.
Can I? That's okay, right? I can steal that from Jenny. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do Time Bandits.
That is awesome. Time Bandits, Willow, and Labyrinth. 3 of the greatest films.
Man, that's been so long.
There's there's a couple of quotes from Time Bandits that I've always remembered. It's genuine. I mean, I'm a huge Terry Gilliam fan, and Time Bandits was one of the first films I saw in the cinema as well, and I really, really love it. But do you remember the bit where Randall, the guy who's in charge of the?
Tell you right now, no.
Okay, there's a brilliant bit where they're having a big argument. It's like halfway through the film. It's before they go to it's like a fantasy kind of land.
Yeah.
So they've just been going to history up until this point, and then they go to the fantasy bit. After that, they smash this mirror that, or sort of like a glass that looks, but they can't see it, and they smash it after they have this fight. But then during the fight, Randall says, "Come on, guys, we said there'd be no leaders, so shut up and do as I say." It's just such a brilliant line. But yeah, no, it's just such a great film. I love it. And I love it when they go into that fantastical thing and they're on that and they end up in the in the ocean, and then they get picked up in the net from that guy that's got the boat on his head. Do you remember that? It's like a massive guy, giant, and then they're trying to they kind of make the guy go to sleep, and then he collapses, and then they escape from the boat because he collapses. This massive giant. It's just so brilliant.
I might need to watch this tonight.
Yeah, Time Bandits tonight. That's a good shout. Yeah, I love it. Here we go. So we've got a PAX reference. Gene Kelly in Roman Holiday. Yeah. Oh, Chaz is enjoying himself. It's brilliant. Thanks, Chaz. Terry Gilliam rules. Absolutely. I might just do my favorite. I'm on a tier list. I'm going to do a tier list video of Terry Gilliam films. He's my, because I mentioned him in my favorite directors, didn't I?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, in my favorite people thing.
Mm-hmm.
Same can be mean, unfortunately. Some can be mean, but it's a great community. I love the friends. Don't know what that means. I'm not sure. Some people can be mean.
BookTube community. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just sad that she went there first. I don't. Hopefully, she's not had too much of that. Dan says something. Lorraine says, "Jolly good show, awesome." Let's keep going. Al wishes Chico well. Yeah, I hope he's going to be all right. Appreciate the friends. There we go. That's cool. Yeah, she really was. Chaz has got to go. That was brilliant.
All right, thanks, Chaz.
Right, Chaz. That's been good having Chaz in, wasn't it? We need to get Chaz on the show, don't we? Live.
Yeah.
David's new project to get poems about PAX sounds like a sweet tribute. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna. I didn't know about that. I'll have to check it out. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't watch this video yet, but I saw it pop up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll check it out and probably send him something if he's up for that.
Everclear and undergrad school. What a mix. Oh, he's talking about the scrunchy punch.
Yeah.
Going to someone dresses up just to mess with everyone. That's an excellent idea. Jenny's full of great ideas tonight.
That's dark, isn't it? I love it.
That's brilliant, though.
Yeah. True friend won't abandon the friendship even in tough times. True friend will get great karma. What we put in the universe comes back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Rage is gone. But he was here for a while. Okay. I have a deal with a close friend. If she dies first, I'm supposed to throw myself on a coffin while weeping and accidentally spill the coffin. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Good luck keeping that promise.
Yeah. Anne Rice had a pretend funeral. That's kind of interesting.
Really?
Yeah. She's got two friends. Jenny's got two friends volunteering. Awesome. Dan said I've got a DVD to show her. Yeah. And he's got the Henson. Brilliant. Dan, do a video about Jim Henson. I would love that. Oh, if you haven't done it, there's the Jim Henson book tag that I created last year. So if you find that.
Did you really?
Have you not seen it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, do the Jim Henson book tag.
Okay.
Yeah, I made a playlist for him as well. So it should be easy to find them. Yeah, it's like 10 prompts, and each one is based on something that Jim Henson's company did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun tag. Yeah, do that, Dan. Looks like Dave's going to do it.
Yeah.
I love the Annihilation movie. Didn't care for the book. Oh, here we go. So Dan says he thinks the book's not as good as the film, so you might like the film.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jenny says the ending of the movie worked better than the.
Okay.
Than that. Oh, here we go. Joe's back.
What?
I love it. I'm still here, guys. I love it. He's like an apparition.
Wow, he can't look at this. He just can't get away.
Fairytale, yes, Fairytale Theatre, absolutely. Shelley Duvall was the I remember the Pinocchio one was awesome with Roberto Benigni as Pinocchio.
I don't know these.
Who played Geppetto? It was a really awesome actor that did Geppetto as well. It might have been somebody like who was it? Somebody like, what's the guy that was in Parenthood, the old guy in Parenthood? It might have been him. Can't remember. But yeah, no, I love that. That was a cool, because that was produced by Shelley Duvall.
Okay.
So I don't think she was in all of them, but she kind of like oversaw it, and that was really good. Hey, Medium John Silver's here. Time Bandits is a wonderfully weird movie. Yeah, it's such a great film. It's one of those things that if you love fantasy like we do and like Joe does, it like allows you to kind of, it's got so much freedom to it, innit? And like these great stories can come out of fantasy. There's no rules, and Time Bandits goes all over the place, doesn't it? It's awesome. Yeah. Baron Munchausen's a good one as well.
I don't know that.
Yeah. That's the one he did after Brazil. And it's actually a remake. There was a film of the Adventures of Baron Munchausen in the 60s, I think, over 50s or 60s. And it's a really mad. It's based on a book that was supposed to be this sort of guy that had this reputation for telling lies, telling like fantastical stories that nobody believed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a crazy cast. It's like Robin Williams, Eric Idle, Oliver Reed, Uma Thurman. It's just really good. It's really good. I really like it. It's kind of mad as well, but yeah, it's got some great scenes in it. But yeah, I mean, it's Terry Gilliam in it. And then after he did that one, he did The Fisher King.
Okay.
Do you know The Fisher King?
I don't know.
I think that's his masterpiece. I think I used to think Brazil was his masterpiece, which it is. It is, but The Fisher King is so underrated, and it's the best performance Robin Williams ever did, I think. And Jeff Bridges plays the other main guy, but also the two women in it, Amanda Plummer and Mercedes something. I'm thinking Mercedes Rule, is it? The four main actors in it are so brilliant, and it's a really powerful story as well. It's really, really good. So The Fisher King, yeah, definitely worth checking out.
Definitely something to check out.
Yeah. So it's cool. We've got some homework. So was it Time Bandits, Willow, and Labyrinth?
Labyrinth. Time Bandits, Willow.
So we can have the guest on next time can be someone of our age that grew up in the 80s.
Yeah.
That was a big 80s fan. That'd be cool, wouldn't
it? Yeah. Yeah, and we'll still have to talk about Being John Malkovich too. That's this.
Yeah.
But we both have you read that? Have you watched that recently?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yes. So I've watched it. I watch it now and again. I love it so much. I've seen it probably about a dozen times.
Oh well, yeah. You said it's in your top 3, right? That's amazing to me that's in your top 3 movies of all time. Wow.
It fits with my sense of humor and my love of the unhinged, but not that kind of unhinged.
So if
Um,
you were a guest on Desert Island Flicks, that one would definitely be on the list.
I think that one would definitely be in it. What I would do if I do the Desert Island Discs, because I did actually do a video on Desert Island Discs, but that was ages ago. I think if I do a thing, and maybe we could do a thing where you're presenting it, and we could do it as a
I was
Desert
gonna
Island
say
Flick.
you should have me host one episode of Desert Island Flicks, and you
Yeah.
could do the
That'd be
guest.
fun, wouldn't it?
That would.
And if I did that, I think it'd be slightly different from that list, but I would try and cover different genres, different films if I can. So not do the whole thing, sci-fi and fantasy,
I mean, that's an interesting. I like the concept of that series because it's, there are certain movies that are like your favorite movies, but they're not movies that are like super rewatchable many times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you would have to think carefully about like a desert. You know what I mean? Like what are you going to bring to a desert island? Same with a book. What can you keep rewatching and rereading?
Yeah. I think it'd have to be a film where many scenes, like maybe even most scenes or even all scenes, have got moments where you just go, "That was amazing." Do you know what I mean? Because there are some films that are just great films, but it's like a build up, and there's like the overall thing is great, but it's not like every scene or even most scenes. You just love the film,
Right?
Whereas there are some films that are just every moment is really special.
Yeah.
So I think it's films like that. What do you think? What's the first film you think of if you think of a film that is like maybe a film that you've rewatched loads and loads of times? Is there a film like that?
Yeah, and these are films like that I wouldn't say are like my top films of all time, but movies that I've just are endlessly rewatchable for me are the 2009 Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
I've watched that over and over. I could watch that right now and have a great time. I could watch that, 20 more times. I never would get bored of that. The Lost Boys.
Nice.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen that movie, and I can't even pinpoint exactly what it is that makes that movie so rewatchable. But I watched it so many times, and I could just keep on watching it.
Might be the soundtrack as well, the score and stuff.
Yeah,
sometimes it's that kind of thing that you don't even notice.
Yeah, with that one, that's probably some of it. Yeah, that one had a good score. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give them all away, right? I'm going to be a guest on the show at some point.
Absolutely. The next one,
what would you say?
I haven't announced it yet, but the next one's going to have Jack from Spreadbook Joy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's doing the next one, so I'm really looking forward to that. No idea what film she'll pick, but it's quite cool because I asked people to send me the list before we do it.
Okay.
And it's it's really cool when I really go, oh, nice, we're going to talk about that,
Yeah.
I mean, when Nick did that last one, I hadn't seen Mulholland Drive, and I said I'll try and watch it before the show because that's the only one I hadn't seen out of the list. I didn't manage to see it in the end, but hopefully I would have seen most of them, if not all of them, that come up. Because I have seen a lot of films, so hopefully that would be the case. But we'll see.
I'm gonna watch that one soon, Mulholland Drive, because Vaughn talked about it. He didn't really talk much about what it was about, but I think he was talking about it as like he mentioned it as being his favorite. I think he might have said sci-fi movie. But it was like his favorite. Like I never knew anything about that movie. I just thought it was like a drama or something. And apparently it's not. There's something.
The sci-fi aspect, maybe that's the twist. Maybe that's the thing that we're not supposed to know.
Yeah, there's some weird. I don't know what I'm talking about, but apparently after watching Michael, there's some weird thing about that movie, and he just got me intrigued. It's been on my short list.
Yeah. Well, Vanilla Sky's like that. I wouldn't want to spoil Vanilla Sky, but that's got a massive change in it, big twist.
Yeah. The problem is that's one of those movies that it's probably you can only rewatch it so many times. Yeah. That is one of my top 10 all-time movies.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. That is one of those movies where that movie was such a gut punch And I don't even know. I don't really hear people talk about that movie really that much.
No,
But that,
it's really underrated.
yeah, it's interesting you brought it up because that movie was such a gut punch. There have been few movies that have like caused such an emotional reaction in me. Like I was upset for days after I watched that movie. It was so I don't know. It was very upsetting.
I think it's one of the best Tom Cruise performances as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's really good in it. I mean, I think he's good actually in general, but I think he's good at that one's quite dramatic. He's got to be quite intense in that, and
Yeah.
quite often he gets given action films and stuff, doesn't he? But I think he has to go through quite a lot in that. Same with he has to do quite a lot in the one word one beginning with M.
Maverick?
Not Maverick. Not Maverick. Oh, what's it called? There's one that's like a plague of frogs in the middle of it. It's really weird. Philip Seymour Hoffman's in it.
Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah, he's really good in it, and it's really different. It's a really odd film.
Give me a little more of the plot besides a plague of frogs.
It's like a character thing. There's lots of people that are kind of connected. Tom Cruise is like a successful businessman, I think, I think his dad's ill, from what I remember. His dad's nurse is Philip Seymour Hoffman. I think Jason Robards is in it as well. Oh, why can I not think of what it's called? Nearly had it. Doesn't matter.
It's like right at the tip of your tongue there.
Yeah. But yeah.
I thought I knew every Tom Cruise movie, but that's not ringing a bell.
But yeah, I think he's really good in that, as he's really good in Vanilla Sky as well. He's good with drama, I think. I think he's weirdly underrated because he's such a big star. People don't talk about whether or not he can act or not,
Yeah.
But I think he can act.
He's a great actor.
Yeah.
He's a great actor. I mean, it might be. It's one of those things you got to separate. Like, I don't know how you are. I'm very much one of those people. Like when we talk about books, there's a whole. I'm very much one of those. You got to separate the art from the artist.
Yeah.
And that's what I think of when with him. You know what I mean? Like whatever. Like I appreciate him as an actor. You know what I mean? I think he's a great actor. And it doesn't matter what you think about him personally. You know what I mean? I think he's a great.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's particularly cool guy, but I think I agree. I think I can separate it quite easily. Red is a good film. I like Red. Have you seen that? John Malkovich is a lunatic in it.
It sounds familiar. What is it? What is it about?
It's like an action thing, and the whole point is that they're older. Like I think they're out of retirement. Bruce Willis.
Yeah. I haven't seen it. I know the one you're talking. Yeah, I know. I know it. I haven't seen it.
The oil-up sax player. Well, I've got to go for a second. Can you talk about Lost Boys for a second? I'll be back in a minute.
Well, Lost Boys. I would try to catch up on the comments while he's gone, but he's got control of it, so I can't do that. Actually, we don't have too many here. Let me just look at them. The old-up sax player. So is that from Red? I don't know. I haven't seen Red. So rewatchable. A Guide for the Married Man. A series of sketches, essentially Walter Matthau and Robert Morse. I have never heard of that. I'll have to go check that one out. He's going to be mad that I'm going through the comments and not talking about Lost Boys. Does everybody like Lost Boys? Has everybody seen that movie? Know what that one's about? With the that was the days of the Coreys, when what was it? Corey Feldman, Corey Haim, when they were like that duo was like a big hit, and they were like battling the vampires and some what was that? It was California Town. And I don't know. I don't know. You got anybody? Any of you guys like that movie? I love that movie. All right, let's see. Daniel says I haven't watched Vanilla Sky. Oh, I'll just skip ahead here because Garrett's going to hit the comments. So Nathan says Lost Boys was great. I used to have the soundtrack as well. Yeah, it was great soundtrack, right? That was that. I think Garrett's right. I think that's one of the things, a lot of things that made that movie great, but that was one of them for sure, I think. All right, where were we? Hilarious and vampires. What else could you need? Yeah. And it kind of like a little from, you know, it was kind of a little bit of a little sexy vampire movie too. It was like before Twilight was a thing, right? There was the Lost Boys. That was kind of you know, kind of had that little sexy vampire element to it. But let me see. Are you allowed to not like Lost Boys? I preferred Near Dark, but both were great. I don't know if you're allowed to not like Lost Boys, Jenny. I don't know Near Dark though. I don't. All right, Gareth,
amazing.
You made me talk about Lost Boys, so I skipped to the end just to address the Lost Boys comments. But we
okay.
There's a couple other ones there. You got you got to hit those.
Oh, fair enough. I'll go back to that. But yeah, Near Dark is one of my favorite films. I love it. It's definitely my second favorite vampire film.
After Lost Boys?
After 30 Days of Night.
Okay. 30 Days. I actually don't know if I've seen 30 Days of Night.
30 Days of Night is crazy. It's the most tense experience you'll ever have in your life watching it.
More than the 2009 Dawn of the Dead?
Yeah.
It's more intense than that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I watched it with my daughter, right? I'll never forget. It's amazing. I watched it with my daughter and she said, "Pause the video, Dad. I'm going to be sick." And she went off and she had to have a rest because it was so tense.
I got to make a list here. I got to
30 Days of Night. It's so brilliant. It's this like it's set in Alaska, I think, somewhere around there, where they genuinely get 30 days of darkness, so there's no sun.
Okay.
And basically the plot is that for those 30 days, these vampires, these horrible, nasty, vicious vampires, visit this town, and you got about 5 minutes of setup, and the rest of the film is the town being picked off. And it's just amazing.
Oh my god, that sounds intense.
Yeah, it's really, really good. So good. And I've just noticed Jenny just written you can't hide from the vampires when there's no daylight, and that's the point. There's no you're not safe anywhere, and they are horrible vampires. It's really proper. Like sometimes vampires are sexy or humorous or they like to seduce you, and in that film they're just horrible. Do you know what I mean? And it's so powerful. It's really, really intense. So yeah, that's my favorite vampire film. I love Lost Boys, but yeah, for me, that's amazing. But Near Dark is my second favorite. I think it's really cool. Near Dark at the same time as Lost Boys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it came out at the same time. Right, let's have a quick look at this. Rewatchable film. So, A Guide for the Married Man, a series of sketches, essentially. Walter Matthau and Robert Morse. That's cool. Walter Matthau, classic. I haven't watched Vanilla Sky since college. I forgot all about it. Yeah. I mean, people don't talk about it, do they? It does get forgotten. Magnolia. That's it.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's a weird film. I think it's not weird in a Dave Made a Maze way. It's just weird as in it's just like not a lot happens. It's a really still kind of reflective, quiet atmosphere for the whole thing.
Okay.
So it's quite a different. It's done by is it Paul Thomas Anderson? Might be. It's a guy that's a bit of an auteur, and it's got that kind of feel to it. It's quite an indie kind of feel. Plague of Frogs. Tom Cruise wasn't in the Ten Commandments. Yeah, it is an odd bit of the film. Benjamin Malkovich, absolutely Malkovich. Spoilers, but Dave, isn't it amazing when John Malkovich goes into his own brain?
Oh my god, that That scene is crazy.
when he's there in the queue and you're going, oh my god, where's this film gonna go? And he's like, I'm going in. You're going, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And then it does the thing, and it's just like, yes. It's
so fun. Like he's great in that. Like because he's like when he just like when he figures out what's going on, like he figures out this whole thing's happening, and he sees like the line of people, and he's like, I'm going to, he's like,
it's my brain.
Yeah,
he's so good at being angry though. John Malkovich is one of the best actors for being angry, isn't he? It's like when Brad Pitt is trying to steal his shit in Burn After Reading. Do you remember that? Have you seen Burn After Reading?
No.
Oh, you've got to watch that. It's my favorite Brad Pitt performance. He's hilarious in it. It's a Coen Brothers film, and it's the one they did after Big Lebowski. So they did the Big Lebowski, and then they clearly went with a similar vibe, because I think Burn After Reading's got a similar tone to it, but the plot's completely different. But it's really, really good. And John Malkovich plays a CIA agent, and Brad Pitt kind of steals this set of files. It's like a floppy disk kind of thing, I think, that he steals, and he's got these files on it, and he sort of phones him up late at night and says, just want to tell you I've got your shit, and I'm going to release it unless you give me loads of money. And John Malkovich is like, who the hell are you? What do you want about? And then and it's just so funny. He kind of meets him in this car park, and he gets in this car to get this exchange, and John Malkovich just punches him in the face. And Brad Pitt's like, he's really shocked. It's so brilliant. Yeah, so you should watch that if you can. Yeah. Right, Lost Boys was great. He used to have the soundtrack as well. Yeah, classic soundtrack. Oops. Yeah. I think that might be why it's so rewatchable, isn't it, Lost Boys? Because it is funny, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Are you allowed to not like Lost Boys? Yeah, I prefer Near Dark as well, but I do like Lost Boys. But Near Dark is Near Dark is more serious, definitely. But it's got, both of them have got a bit of a punky characterization of vampires.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Dan says Dawn of the Dead remake is still my favorite zombie movie. Creep me out.
Me too.
Yeah, absolutely. Olive's trying to say something.
Yeah, she was. She was trying to model John Malkovich's anger. I think that's what she was trying to do. You want to get down? I know you've been up here a long time. You want to get down?
Dan's saying it's got more. You got to watch 30 Days a Night. I'd love to know what you think. Genuinely, I'd love to know what you think of that. I think it's quite a unique film because it's so intense. Yeah, Can't Hide from the Vampires. Sundown, The Vampire in Retreat. I don't know that one. Is that a British film? I don't know it, so I don't even know. I haven't come across it, so I don't know where I'd get it. But that's interesting. So that's Nathan talking about that. So he would have had the same access that I've had to films.
Design guns that can shoot wooden bullets. Ridiculous but fun, huh?
Yeah, 30 Days a Night started as a comic, and it was by Steve Niles. And Steve Niles is a really good artist. So the graphic novel is really good. And Steve Niles also did a fantastic graphic novelization of I Am Legend.
Can you? Sorry, getting directions for all.
You ordering some food, are you?
Olive on to she was done.
I'll have some more chips.
She wanted to get Sorry, so what were you saying about the comic?
Yeah, the comic's written by Steve Niles.
Or Uber Eats was here.
They ain't coming to my house. It's 2 a.m. And he did a really good graphic novelization of I Am Legend.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's a really good artist, and I really like his version of I Am Legend. But yeah, the original graphic novel of 30 Days of Night is really good.
What was his name again? What's the name?
30 Days of Night. His name is Steve Niles. Yeah, Steve Niles.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really good. And there's a sequel. Is there a sequel? Oh, is there a sequel to 30 Days of Night?
Oh,
is that what? Unless, hold on, let's quick check. Unless she might be talking about Near Dark. I don't know. Okay, Dan's got to go. Bye, Dan.
I see, Dan.
Jenny says bye. Dan says bye. Yeah, maybe Jenny, as we caught up the comments, maybe you can just tell me which sequel you meant, because if there's a sequel to Near Dark, I didn't know about that. And 30 Days of Night kind of rings a bell. I mean, talking about films like that with a sequel, Danny Boyle always said they weren't vampires, but 28 Days Later is really good.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Those are not vampires. That was just a rage virus.
Yeah.
I don't think they didn't need like blood or anything, right?
Oh no, sorry, not vampires. He always said they weren't zombies. That's the thing, because people said it was a zombie film, and he said they're not zombies. And I think it's because he likes the idea of walking zombies like I do. And he always said no, they're it's a rage virus thing. So it's slightly different. But yeah, 28 Days Later is really, really intense as well, that film, isn't it? Because it's not intense for a while, and the ending is really intense, isn't it?
Yeah. Was, I only ever saw the first one. Did you see any of the others?
No, I haven't seen 28 Weeks Later. I haven't seen it. I know it kind of bigger in scale, isn't it? But I haven't seen it. I've only seen the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I only saw the first one too.
I think I might have I've seen the beginning of the second one, but I was interrupted. I haven't gone back to it. 30 Days film has a different cast, and the graphic novel has sequels and prequels. Okay. So yes, it's the graphic novel that's had sequels. That's cool. I didn't know that. So I need to look into that.
There's a series, if you like 28 Days Later, there's a series called I might have mentioned this already, but there's a series. I don't think the trilogy has a name actually, but the first book is called Hater, but the author is David Moody.
Okay.
And so it's a trilogy, and but it's like there's a rage virus, right? Like 28 Days Later, but it's from the perspective of one of the people that it has happened to.
Oh wow.
And I don't actually think you ever really figure, but what happens, the people that are afflicted is it makes them, I'm calling it a rage virus. It's the people that are afflicted, they can immediately tell just by looking at others. They can tell who has not been afflicted. They can tell who the normals are, and they have intense rage towards the normals. For some reason, anybody that doesn't have this, they need to, viciously attack them. So, but it's told from the perspective of one of it was really good. Like just seeing it from that perspective, where he's still the character is very self-aware. You know what I mean? He's not zombie-ish. You know what I mean? He's very self-aware. It's just from his perspective. This is just of course of course you can't tolerate these others that aren't like him, and the others like him, and he just, you know what I mean? So he's intelligent about it. He just doesn't have any control over this selective rage, and you see his evolution throughout the books. It was pretty good.
Well, that's cool. That sounds really good. David Moody,
Moody. I don't really hear about. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody talk about these books.
Yeah. Do you know the sequel? Do you know the trilogy really well?
I mean, I only read the trilogy once, but I remember it pretty well because I liked them.
Do a video on it.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I could do that.
Well, if it's really good and nobody really talks about it, it'd be good, wouldn't it, to do?
Did she go out?
Put it out there.
Yeah. Oh. Do you mind? Sorry, I was just.
You're right.
What was that last?
I was just checking. Is Oliver right?
She's all right. She just, I think, has to. It's like you. She can only go so long without making a wee. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Nature called. I've got to do it. I've got to go. But yeah, that's the joy of doing it together, right? But because those moments when you go offline, that's what's happening. Oh, my internet's gone funny. Like,
yeah, right. When I freeze up.
So Jenny says the film does too. It has the wife from the first film, but all of it's recast. Nobody came back. Oh, okay.
Oh.
And the wife is Melissa George. And she's really good. I saw Melissa George in a like a what do you call it? Like a spy thriller series where she had to infiltrate this kind of terrorist guy, I think, from what I remember, and she had to be a nanny in his house. And it was kind of a really good series because she had this mission, she had to do something, but while she was in there, while she was doing it, she kind of became friends with the son that she was supposed to be looking after as a nanny.
Right.
And kind of interfered with her job. It was good. I can't remember what that was called, but she's good. I think she's a good actress. Melissa George. She started off in a soap opera in Australia, I think. I think that was her.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, she's good. Oh, we've got a new guest. Oh yeah, can you comment? You got someone in the comments. Brian, hello, Brian. Yeah, we're still going. We were over 3 hours now, so we'll probably finish soon. But good to see you, Brian. What are you reading at the moment, Dave?
I am reading a couple things. I am buddy reading with Scott, The Death of Grass, which I am loving so far.
That is brilliant. Yeah. I did a video on it, so check out my video once you read it.
Recently? Not recently, you didn't.
No, about 18 months ago.
Okay. So loving that. This one going very slowly, reading We by Zamyatin.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're not enjoying it, are you?
I'm not really enjoying it. But I'm gonna finish it. But I don't know, I find it pretty inaccessible, the writing.
Okay.
I don't know. You liked it?
Yeah, I find it, as far as the writing style, I find it easier than 1984, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I think 1984 is a better book, but I find We easier to read. But yeah, It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, total opposite for me. Total opposite.
Must be my Russian heritage.
It must be.
I've started this now. End of Watch. So that's part of the
okay.
All About Holly thing. And this is different to the other two. It's really interesting. One of the weird things about this trilogy is that it's a trilogy, but the 3 books are quite different from each other.
Okay.
So it's like they are connected by the characters and actually by the plot, but the style of the plot themselves are kind of like different genres. This is very different from the other two, but even the second one's different from the first one. Mm-hmm. The characters that link them together aren't even in the second one much. So yeah, it's funny. But yeah, it's good. But I had to put a break in that one, which I was enjoying that when I first started reading it, and I had to put a break on it to read the garbage one, the Wasted Weekend one, which was Sean Hudson's Relics.
Okay.
Which was all right. I'm not a massive Sean Hudson fan, but that was my first book by him. It was all right. It's quite. I think I was getting. To me, if you like Richard Lehman, you'd like Sean Hudson.
Okay.
It's that kind of thing. It's that sort of vibe.
Okay.
But I was enjoying this a lot, so I think I might really like this. Ethan Hawke.
I did not know Ethan Hawke wrote a book.
Yeah, he's written a few. I think he's written 3.
Really?
Yeah. So, and I think they're quite well renowned. I think he's known as a good writer. I think, from what I gather from sort of this little tentative search I've done for critical reaction. But yeah, I think they've the press have been impressed with what he's done. I think people are funny though, aren't they? They don't like actors doing other things. If actors become singers, they don't like it, or if actors become writers, they're like, oh, well, that's an actor, so it'll be crap. You know, people don't like people moonlighting and other things.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah, but that's good. I like it. So yeah, that's what's been going on in the writing thing. Sorry, the reading thing for me. But I'm getting really keen to. I think we'll wait until March is done, probably. But after March, I really want to try and write my next book.
Oh, okay.
I want to slow down my reading so I can just write for a few weeks.
Do you have a you have the idea already, I'm presuming?
Yeah, I've had it for ages, and I've got the cover as well. I've commissioned the cover as well. So it's been sitting there because it's the sequel to the Brown Yelp Gang.
Okay.
So it's called. I know it's going to be called the Brown Yelp Gang Go to Pieces, and it's about the band splitting up. And I know that I've got two plots, and one of the plots is going to be harder to write, but I want to make it really, really silly. And then the other plot it should be really funny, but it won't be quite as mad as the other plot. But I want it to be as ridiculous as the first book, because the first book is ridiculous. But you know, I need to reread the first book again, really, and write notes again about the characters. But it's not really necessarily going to be. The characters will be the same. I don't have to refer back to the same planets and stuff. I can have them on the same planet. But they went onto different planets and playing different gigs around different systems, star systems. And they went on there's like silly jokes, like they went on an ice planet and all their gear froze up during the gig and stuff like that. You know, it's that kind of thing. Yeah, the two plots I've got in my head don't involve them traveling around, like, you know. So it should be cool. But I just want to write it because I'm quite excited about doing it. And then when Jim said he'd bought the first one, I got so excited about him reading it, and I'd forgotten how much I was proud of the book, you know. So I hope he likes it. He said he was enjoying it. He read because there's a really dodgy bit in the first chapter. There's like, it just goes too far in its silliness, and I haven't changed it because I just think I'll sod it. So there's one bit that's really, really silly in the first chapter, so that might put people off. But it is a very silly book.
Yeah, I have yet to read your stuff.
Yeah. It's quite nice because the poetry is really ultra serious.
Yeah.
But you know, the stories and the novels tend to be more humorous. You know.
So how long will it take you to write a book like that?
Well, that's the thing, that's why I need to stop reading when I do it, because what happens is when I've done it before, both the novels, I made myself write 3,000 words a night. So that takes me a while. So if I'm really going for it and I'm in the zone, I guess that can take about 3 hours probably. But there was sometimes when it was like, no, I can't write this bit. It's just, you know, it's not flowing, or I realized that the quality was going down a little bit. The kind of bounce wasn't there. So that might take me longer. And especially if I'm still trying to get that momentum back, the energy back in the text, not the energy to do it, but the energy in the way, do you know what I mean? Like the pacing of the words sort of thing, you know, because I try and especially if it's a humorous book, if I'm trying to be humorous and then there's like, I remember when I wrote the Brown Yelp Gang, there would be like 2 paragraphs of seriousness. I'm like, no, don't want that. This is not what the book is. You know, I'm like, there's too much description. Get rid of it. You know, bring the jokes back. You know, whereas with the first novel, Out Among the Ice Beacons, that's a mix of serious and humor. So there's like banter between the 3 boys that's humorous, but their situation's serious. You know.
Yeah.
So I was quite happy to put some world building in it and stuff like that. But there's no world building in Brown Yelp Gang. It's just light-hearted kind of, you know, nonsense science fiction, you know.
Right.
But yeah. So yeah, that's why I need to start reading so I can do it. Really, it'll take me. What would it take me? 3,000 words a night. I don't know what that means. Maybe about a couple of months, a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. And if I can do it before the summer, then I can get it out this year, you know. But I don't know. I can. I think I can finish it in the summer, but June gets a bit quiet for me at work, so I usually have more headspace. And I can't actually write it at work. I have more headspace to
Right.
not worry about doing stuff at home and stuff. June's quite a quiet one for my normal job.
And then it's good you have a big long queue of videos already queued up. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, that's a good point, though. I can have that in mind. If I can stack that up, so there's lots going on in May and June, I can leave it for a bit. Can I leave the videos for a bit?
yeah.
And no one will know.
No, we'll just hear a lot about the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. I'm on. I've watched 95 episodes now.
Wow. That's a pretty good clip.
Yeah.
I'm still like
well,
episode 30.
30. What's been your favorite so far?
Ooh, so many good ones. Let me see. One of them has got to be, I mean, Time Enough at Last, I think obviously will always be one of my favorites, as I know is the same case for you. I think People, what's the name of it? People Are the Same Everywhere, or People Everywhere.
People are like all over. Yeah. That is awesome. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've only worked through the first what?
You didn't know where it was going to go, did you? That one. Like
no.
where
I mean, I've seen that one before, so
right. Yeah,
I don't remember the first time I watched it. Honestly, I don't remember if I saw where it was going, but probably not. Yeah. What are the other like really good ones in there? Give me a minute. Let me think. I don't know. I had to think about it for a while. This is well, what are your couple favorites? I know
the Time Enough Last one of them. What else there? The Shelter is amazing, I think.
Oh, I've seen that. I didn't get to that yet, but
you haven't got that one yet. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just going to think another one.
Yeah, go on.
It was the what's the name of it? I forget the title, but it's like something strange happens on something street, whatever.
Oh the monsters are due on Maple Street.
Yeah. That's the one. That was that's one of the more I don't want to say like philosophical ones, but it's one of the more like that's got some real meaning behind it, So that's definitely up there. But sorry, guys. So what else were you?
No. I was just waiting. No, I did that because I was waiting for your thingy. But yeah, I mean, Rod Serling writes those political ones where he's trying to make a point about McCarthyism or about the way that we turn on each other and stuff like that. I think it's brilliant. He's so good at doing that. I've got this little thing here, so I'll show you the pad that I use to make my notes for the video. So this is the pad I use, and like each page is like 3 episodes. I write little notes, so little kind of like bullet points, just so I remember what to say about how I felt about it. And what I'm doing is I'm asterixing my favorite ones. So one for the Angels.
Yeah,
remember that one? But you didn't like that one. Oh, I love that one.
No, I mean, it was there. Listen, there's very few that I dislike. I mean, they're all, but that I wouldn't put that as like a favorite.
Okay. And when the sky was opened, which was one where they slowly disappear. I love that one.
I also didn't love that one.
You didn't love that. I've forgotten to do some asterisks on this one. Yeah, some of them are just really sweet, aren't they? Have you seen Nice Place to Visit yet? When the guy thinks he's in heaven and he's not.
No. I mean, I haven't got to that yet in this run. I don't know if I've seen that
that was the first one I ever saw. So that was the one that made me fall in love with the show. So when because the guy dies, and there's this guy in white that's kind of letting him do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes from there. It's really cool. And so if you haven't seen that one, you might not have seen where is it? The After Hours.
Oh yeah, I mean that's okay.
I think that's really what's cool about it is I think there's a bit where she really breaks down when she realizes what's happened, that she's effectively she's a mannequin, but or that she's getting to that point. But I think the actress is brilliant in that bit. You know, some of the acting in this is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that was good acting. I get turned off. Obviously, you got to suspend disbelief for a little bit for all this stuff, but I get a little turned off sometimes when they're just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like that one. Like that was. I mean, not that it wasn't an enjoyable episode to watch. I mean, it was. I liked it. Like I like most of them, but it was just that makes it not a great episode for me when it's like totally.
Too fantastical.
It's just ridiculous. Too fantastical. Yeah, you know.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I'm also noting the ones I don't like, and so far, out of the 90 odd I've seen, there's 5 I haven't liked.
You've actually disliked them?
Yeah. So there's a few that are just okay. So which ones I didn't like? I think the first. Oh God, which ones are they? You might not have got there yet because I think the first season's like really strong.
I mean, I've seen most of them. I just haven't got it to them yet in this run. You know.
Yeah, there's one that had just a really weird style about it, and it just got on my nerves a bit. What was it? Thing is, I've made a note which ones I've liked by just writing it rather than asterisks or something, so it'll take me a little longer to find it. But I have to think about this. Oh, I'll tell you what. Did you watch A Passage for Trumpet, the one with Jack Klugman, the trumpet player? Seen that one?
I mean, not recently, but I may have seen it. What?
Yeah, he's really good in it. So he's a guy that's basically an alcoholic. He's stopped playing properly. He's a bit cynical about everything. He's ruined all his relationships, and he gets run over by a car. He sells his trumpet, and then he gets run over, and then this sort of guardian angel kind of says, you know, you kind of wasted your life a little bit at the end. And he's like, yeah. And and the guardian angel plays trumpet as well. And he's like, you know, do you want to have another go, kind of thing? You know, do you regret that? You know, and it's really cool. The guy that plays guardian angel is really cool.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's a cool one. Passage for Trumpet. You know, Jack Klugman for Quincy. You know Quincy? Like when he was older, he played in the 80s. He played Quincy. It was like what was it? Like a doctor who worked for the police. What do you call that? Like a clinical.
I don't know.
Pathologist? Is that the word for it? Do you not remember Quincy, MD? There was a series on American TV.
It sounds familiar, but
it was massive over here. Quincy was always shown primetime TV over here in the 80s. It was an American show.
Yeah.
You know, same time as Starsky and Hutch and all that.
It sounds familiar, but I didn't watch it. No.
Let's have a look at the comments. So Jenny says she's added Autumn to my TBR. Is that one of the Jeff Vandermeer ones? One of the Annihilation ones, or is that something else? Autumn.
Maybe she means Dragons of Autumn Twilight.
Oh, maybe. I really love the fact they wrote a campaign. You know, I just think it's awesome. You know, and that's why it was criticised a little bit when it came out, wasn't it? Because it was a little bit. People thought it wasn't serious writing, but that's awesome, isn't it? Russian Heritage.
I just looked around and I Go ahead, get through that. I forgot. I almost
Yeah,
forgot.
okay.
Got to show you this one thing.
He says, "Does that make me Jareth the Goblin Tsar?" So, me and John Silver wrote that he's read Tuesday Night Football by Alex Karras, ex-football player and actor. Oh, he played Mongo in Blazing Saddles. Amazing. Okay, so he wrote a memoir. That's interesting. Of the lesser-known season 1 episodes, I love Mirror Image, the one that takes place in the bus station. Yeah, that's a good one. That. Do you like that one?
So I liked it in that I felt that was a very creepy episode, you know, like but I mean I liked it. I think there wasn't a lot to it, so I wouldn't put it as like one of my favorite episodes because not a lot happened, but it was definitely creepy, you know. So I mean one of the creepier ones that I remember. So
yeah, because I think you're right, because the ending, spoilers, but the ending isn't a happy ending. It's just like it just sort of stays with what it's doing. It's like that's it. That's that one, you know, because it happens with the guy, doesn't it? One of the things about Mirror Image that makes me bounce off that is I think that it's had some really good episodes just centered on women, where you know, where female actresses have had a nice vehicle to go for it and dominate an episode. You know, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I imagine that's not that common. I don't know. In 1959, I would have thought it wasn't that common. But it's quite cool that they've just. I mean, one of the ones that I didn't like massively at first. I liked it enough to say I didn't dislike it, but it was definitely one of the weaker ones, I think. And that's an early one, which you would have seen, was the one about the woman who, the 100mm shrine, the one where she keeps watching herself in the film.
I thought that was stupid.
Yeah,
I actually disliked that one. Yeah.
I mean, it's become a bit of a cliche, but I don't think it was a cliche in those days. So we knew how it was going to end. We knew she'd end up on the screen.
Yeah.
But I just felt like, again, like you said, it was too slow to get to that point. There's not enough going on in it to make it more interesting. And she wasn't. I don't think her lines made her particularly charismatic. I think she was fine as an actress, but yeah, I think it was definitely a weaker one. I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But
Brian,
I've got some more.
Yeah.
The Willoughby one. Stop at Willoughby. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's an early one.
Yeah, that's an early one. Yeah, that's a good one. There's lots of there's some episodes which are like kind of someone going back to the past or wanting, like Grass is Always Greener kind of episodes, and then they always either just stay in that place or they find out that the grass wasn't always greener, that kind of thing, in it.
Yeah,
which is cool. Episode 30. Yeah. Have you seen is it called A World of Difference? The one where he's created the people around him and he's got this tape. If he wants them to disappear, he can just throw the tape into the fire. That one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't got to that yet in this run, but yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's great.
That
was
really a good one, I think.
Yeah, it's got good energy to it as well. It's kind of. I think sometimes the light-hearted ones are really cool.
I think any of us that are into writing and reading are gonna like that episode.
Yeah.
You know,
and the actor's really good in that one.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
4 of Us Are Dying is good. That's a good one. That's where someone can just at will. You can see a picture and then turn into that appearance. Have you seen that one? 4 of Us Are Dying.
Yeah, I didn't love that one.
Did you feel like that was too silly as well?
Nah, I mean, maybe I'm being too hard on it. I thought it was decent. I thought it was decent.
I thought it was good the way that he gets his comeuppance in a way that he couldn't have expected, and it's just like he just chose the wrong person to become. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought that was good. Yeah, I like that one. And some of them are weird, and others. Some of them are directed with a really weird, like not weird, but a really creative way of messing around with the camera angles and like moving the images around. Like the one that I think it's Charles Beaumont's first one, Perchance to Dream, where it's about a guy who keeps thinking he's going to die if he goes to sleep.
Yeah.
That's really like the direction of it's really creative. You know, it's got some really trippy bits in it.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Yeah. But I don't know, it's just so cool, isn't it? So magical. And I'm getting well obsessed. So yeah.
You look like you as you're like talking about these, you look like almost like euphoric, you know, as you're like sitting there. Oh, no, you know what I mean? Like you like.
Well,
it's great.
Remember,
it's awesome.
I've got a door right next to me.
That's just it's great how much you love the show. You know what I mean? That's really awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll wait a little bit, but we'll do a special on here about our favorite shows. We get I think Michael K. Vaughan's up for being the guest on that one. I did ask him if he wanted to do that. So that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
That sounds cool.
Yeah. And then we'll wait until you've seen more of them as well and see what he remembers. Well, that was the last comment. Go on.
I kind of just want to you know, I know some in there that I haven't seen. I've seen almost all of them, some of them many times, you know, but I know there's some in there that I haven't seen, and some I haven't seen in a long time, and so I'd like to, you know, because I probably told you this already, but like the way I watched Twilight Zone, a lot of them was just year after year. I would like at New Year's see these like Twilight Zone marathons that would go on.
Yeah.
And so I was never seeing the episode that was on at 4 a.m. You know what I mean? It was probably on the same schedule every time. And so
yeah. You keep seeing the same ones.
I keep seeing the same ones. So yeah, there's definitely some that, you know, like I just watched I just watched one. I don't know if it was called Tall Order, but where
go on, what happens?
This is about the boxer, like the washed up boxer.
Yeah, big tall wish. Big tall wish.
Big tall wish, yeah. So I didn't love that episode, but I had never seen that before.
Right, yeah.
You know,
if you watch every one, you do come up with one that you're like, either you don't remember it or you hadn't seen it. And because I did tape every single one onto videotape, onto VHS tape ages ago when I was like about 19 or something. So I know I've seen them, but there's tons I've forgotten about. So it's really nice to see some where I'm going, I don't know how this is going to end, you know. And I think that's a sweet episode. I know it's quite mawkish and a bit melodramatic, but and you know what's going to happen, but you know, but yeah, I think it's one of those shows, that one of those episodes that is a part of the character of the Twilight Zone, in it, that there's a lot of sweetness in some of the episodes, you know. Because Kick the Can's like that, but I think Kick the Can, I've just seen Kick the Can not that long ago.
Which one?
And obviously that was the one that's remade by Spielberg in the film. It's about the guys that live in the old people's home, and one of them just hates being inactive and old and wants to do stuff, wants to play like the kid when he was a kid. And then and his best mate has just given up. His best mate is just old. And they play, he persuades them all to play Kick the Can.
And
they basically become kids and they just go off as kids. It's just a really cool ending. But that's a very sweet, sentimental episode. But I think it's not as sentimental as Big Tall Wish. I think that one is really, really labored on the sentimentality in it. But I think that's definitely a thing about the Twilight Zone, isn't it? So Kick the Can is quite cool. I'm going to do, once I've done all the episodes, I'm going to do the next video I'll do after that is a review in the film Twilight Zone the movie, which I've seen a million times, but I'll watch it again with my review in mind and what I'm going to say about it and that, because I can already do a video on it, but because it's weird, because people write off the first story in the film because they only talk about the fact it was obviously a really famous court case because 3 people died filming it, and John Landis was in court for years, and it was a real problem. And Vic Morrow died, who was Jennifer Jason Leigh's dad, and it was all like, you know, so there's a real repercussions, you know, that all that. But I think it's a good story, though. You know, it's a very Twilight Zone-y story, you know. And the other three were remakes, but that was the only original story. So I do think it's underrated because people just talk about the you know, the horrible accident that happened. And I love Joe Dante's version of It's a Good Life. It was cool seeing It's a Good Life again. That came up about a week ago with me at this rewatch. You remember It's a Good Life?
I don't remember. What was that one again?
That's about the little kid who can make anything happen, and everyone around him is terrified of him.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. That was a good one. Yeah.
It warrants rewatching. When you rewatch it again, you'll love it. It's not dated at all. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that's one of the that's up there in the top. Yeah,
it's really good. And then the actors that play the adults, they are so terrified. It's really done well. They're literally waiting for something horrible to happen. And it does happen because this party happens, and one of them is just fed up of him. He's fed up of what he's making him do. And you can see, and everyone's around going, shut up, don't wind him up, and all that. That's so good. So that's really cool. And then the remake of that by Joe Dante, I think, is really good. And that's Rob Bottin's makeup again, actually. So we mentioned him with what was it? We mentioned Rob Bottin with so he did The Thing, but he also did. We mentioned him earlier. What film was it with his makeup in it? It was like a comedy, I think. I can't remember, but yeah, he did the effects for the Joe Dante version of It's a Good Life as well.
Okay.
But yeah, amazing. And he put in there because he wanted to. He didn't. Apparently, Joe Dante didn't want to remake that episode, and then in the end, they persuaded him to do it. And he loves the episode. He loves the Twilight. It's obviously Joe Dante is well influenced by the Twilight Zone, but he was like, okay, well, if I'm going to do it, I'll put some extra things in it. And one of the things he put in it was, I nearly remember the boy's name. That boy's love of cartoons. That's what he put in it. So there's like cartoony elements to it. I think that was really cool. And the big kind of evil thing that he creates is like a huge bunny, like a evil bunny. Don't remember that. But yeah, awesome. Let's go back to the comments a sec. So yeah, Nick of Time. That's a great episode. Yeah. And I forgot the ending, so I've always loved that episode. But when I watched it this time, I forgot that William Shatner's character doesn't get a horrible Twilight Zone ending. It's the other characters that follow him, which is really cool. So he does. So William Shatner and his wife do escape the ending that you're expecting him to experience, which is really cool.
What was the plot of that one again?
So that one, it's really nicely done, and actually William Shatner is really understated in it. It's really, really interesting. So he tends to overact, doesn't he, in later years? Right. But in it's quite subtle what he does. So they've just got married. I think they're honeymooners. I think they just got married and they traveled to this place, but they're waiting for their car to get fixed. And they go into a cafe, and there's a little machine that tells you your future if you put a dime in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he keeps putting money in it.
Yeah.
And they'll only answer yes or no questions.
Right.
So you answer the question, and then you put money in it, and then a little card comes out and tells you the answer. And he'll do it. He did it once for a laugh, and then he's like, "What?" And it was really cool because all the answers are quite vague, but he's like, "What? That's true. That comes, you know." And then his wife's like, "Yeah, whatever. Don't put any more money in." He's like, "Oh no, one more, you know." And he gets really like, you know, and you can see that it's you know, it's about obsession or whatever, you know, and you can see that he's getting like totally overwhelmed by it. It's taken over, and you just assume that he's gonna get sent mad by it or whatever. But then his wife persuades him to just leave and not put any more money in. You're like, oh wow, this is actually an ending I'm not expecting, you know. Yeah. And he goes off, and they go away, and then that's followed by another couple coming in,
Yeah.
and he's like, I need to put another one in. And he's clearly succumbed to it, and it's just
right. Yeah, that was a
really
good one.
cool. And that's Richard Matheson. That's the Richard Matheson episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, awesome. It's not one of my favorites now, but the one with the plane that ends up in the Mesozoic era blew my mind at 5 because I was obsessed with airplanes and dinosaurs. Yeah, that's a really cool episode. The bit with the dinosaur is from a film at the time, which is really cool. So I've done little bits of extra research for these these videos I'm doing. And when I did the episode, I don't even think I mentioned it, actually. I think I forgot to mention it. But that the bit where they look out the window and there's dinosaurs there is from a different film. They just used stock footage that had already been made. But obviously they didn't have much of a budget, so they're plasticine dinosaurs. But you got to run with it, haven't you? But I love that because they're literally going. They're saying to the passengers, we got a little bit of turbulence. They're like, we got to get back to our own time. It's really cool.
Oh.
So I like that episode. Nathan says, I agree. Kick the Can is a really good episode. Yeah, it's really, really nice. I like that one. And It's a Good Life has to be one of the best. Yeah, amazing. The next Bemis album, by the way, is going to be called It's a Good Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out this year.
For real?
We're nearly there. Yeah, we recorded most of it, and that's going to be called it. So every Bemis album is the title of a Twilight Zone episode. Our second one was called Dreams for Sale, which is an 80s episode.
Okay.
Our third one was Personal Demons, which is also an 80s episode. What was after that? Personal Demons, and then The Whole Truth, which is a good episode that I saw recently. That's our live album. And then People Are Alike All Over was our next album. And then The After Hour was our last album. And on World of Difference as well. World of Difference is my favorite album actually by us. So yeah. And when I did my solo album, I called it Replay, which is the title of one of the newer episodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've seen all the newer ones too?
I've seen all of season 1 and 1 of season 2, I think. I really liked it. I think people moaned about how woke it was, but Rod Serling wrote a lot of political episodes, so I think it's got a tradition of being like that.
Yeah.
He tends to write anti-Nazi ones and anti-racist ones, but if it's a different political subject now because it's 2024, then it will be, won't it?
Yeah, right.
But Replay, the episode we talked about the episode Replay before, didn't we? That's when the guy keeps getting, the black guy keeps getting killed by the cop, and his mum's trying to change it, and she can't change it. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's awesome. I think they've got the same kid to play some homicidal brat with freaky powers on Star Trek. The guy that played the homicidal brat with freaky powers on Star Trek is Clint Howard, Ron Howard's brother. And he's really young in that. So Clint Howard has just appeared now and again on screen. He's not like mega successful, but he's done a few things with Ron Howard. But yeah, he plays the alien kid in Star Trek.
I don't remember. Was that original Star Trek?
Yeah, it's the original series. It's I won't be able to remember the title of the episode, but weird stuff's happening, and right at the end of the episode, you find out it's this kid, this alien kid that's doing it, and that's Clint Howard. I mean, the guy plays the boy. Oh, I nearly remembered his name. The guy that plays the boy in It's a Good Life is Bill Mumy, who ended up being Lanier in Babylon 5 and Will Robinson in Lost in Space. So he's and I haven't been doing this yet. I've been avoiding the commentaries because I feel like I just want to crack through the episodes. But I did watch the commentary by Bill Mumy because I'm a big Bill Mumy fan. So I watched that of It's a Good Life. That was quite interesting. He was very he was talking about his experience and how a lot of those people became lifelong friends that he acted with in that show and that kind of thing. I nearly remembered it then. I feel like I need to remember the boy's name. Something Lamont.
You almost had it there. It's right on the tip of your tongue.
Not Freddie, but something like Freddie. Yeah. But yeah, that's an amazing episode. There are some, there's like half a dozen that are famous that I think are, you know, just incredible. So I think probably we'd all agree on some of the best ones, I think.
Yeah.
But there's a few that I'd forgotten about that I think, oh, actually, that's much better than I remembered, or I'd forgotten so much about it. It was like watching it fresh, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's been quite cool. But yeah,
classics that I haven't. Well, I recently watched one of the best ones. I think is that that I watched at Christmas time was Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up? You know, that was awesome. But I haven't gotten yet to Serve Man. I haven't gotten to that yet. And it's been a very long time since I've seen it. So
yeah. There's I mean, obviously, it's the twist that makes it, but I think sometimes, even if you know the twist, the dialogue's good, the acting's good. You can enjoy the journey there as well. And To Serve Man is cool because you know where it's going, but it's just so cool. And I love that concept of an alien race coming over and offering you a cure for cancer and a new energy that's going to solve the world's problems and all that. You know, because that's true for V as well, isn't it? That's what happened with V. Because that was a thing where the aliens were being really lovely and people weren't trusting it at first, and then in the end that was a takeover. They just wanted Earth's water, didn't they, in V?
I used to love V.
Yeah, I love V.
That was a kid when that was prime time. You too, I guess. Yeah.
That
was pretty young when that was prime time.
Yeah, I remember when we were at school, we kept doing impressions of Mark Singer, just going, "My son's up there," because they'd go, like they'd say something like, "Oh, well, we should do this instead," and he'd go, "But my son's up there," you know, because I think they befriend his son, and then I think his son was kind of getting a little bit assimilated into their culture or something. I think on the mothership, I think when he was doing all that, "My son's up there" thing. But yeah, Diana. What a great villain Diana was.
Right? I'll never forget Diana.
Did you watch the remake? There was that one that came out a little while ago with the woman from Firefly as Diana. And she was, the one that's played Deadpool's partner as well. I've forgotten her name.
Oh.
A beautiful woman. But she played Diana.
When
it was like
did you do this
2012 or something, I'm guessing. It's about 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Really?
I thought it was quite good, but only lasted one season and then stopped. But I thought it was quite good. I was quite happy to watch it.
I froze again.
Oh yeah,
that's twice in one night.
What is this? You saying you need to go to the toilet again?
No. I don't think it's ever happened twice before. It's just we never went this long before.
I know, it's a long one, isn't it? I mean, we can wrap up in a minute, but if you come back just to kind of like close the show, we could do that. So do you have to leave the show and come back?
I think so. Let me.
Yeah. It's more dramatic when it's just me, isn't it? Because when Joe was here, it wasn't quite so weird. But now my face fills the screen. But yeah, Nathan said Serve Man is an absolute classic. It really is iconic, absolutely iconic. Yeah, it's so brilliant, and it's from a Damon Knight story, isn't it? And Damon Knight's really cool. So yeah, interesting. Check. I was waiting for. So yeah, I mean, if you're watching this and you're not aware of these videos I've been doing, I'm looking at every single episode of the Twilight Zone, and looking at the original series first because I bought them on Blu-ray. So this is the box set I'm using. So it's right next to TV because I'm literally going through it all the time. Like every night, I'm watching a few episodes. So I'm loving that. But I'd like to go on to do the 80s series as well because there's a lot of good stuff in the 80s series as well. I think the quality isn't exactly the same. I don't think you could say that it's as good, but there's some really good stuff in it. So this is really cool. I mean, I've done 16 videos so far, so they're all scheduled up. So I think I've gone through the best of the series. But there are some episodes that I know are later on that I really love. So it'd be interesting to see if how it racks up as far as the ones I don't like. There's not many so far. There's only 5. And I've like as I said earlier, I've seen over 90 episodes in this run. There's only 5 I didn't like, so that's pretty good. Although some of those I mentioned to Dave, and Dave didn't like them, so maybe you might watch it and go, "Why does he like that one?" But then it doesn't mean I thought they were all brilliant. Some of them I just enjoyed them, but they're not. They're just fine. But yeah, there's 5 that I've actively not liked. Because he's taking his while to come back, isn't he? Hopefully he's right. Maybe it's a internet problem. So yeah, if I do the 80 series, there'll probably be more that I think are kind of average. Maybe a few more that I didn't like. I don't know. Got another comment from Medium John Silver. Season 5, 90 Years Without Slumbering is another where protagonist pulls himself out of the Twilight Zone. Yeah. Season 5. Season 5, 90 Years Without Slumbering is another where protagonist.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, season 5 has got some weaker ones there. I like 90 Years Without Slumbering. It's really good. And from what I remember, there's 2 that I really, really like in season 5. There's one of the best ones of the whole series. I think it's called The Masks. Have you seen that? Do you remember that one? The Masks.
Is that the one? Is that the one with the where? Wait, that's not the one where they're going to do surgery on the woman. Is that the one?
Oh no, that's Eye of the Beholder, which is brilliant. That's Eye of the Beholder. Yeah. This one, don't know if this is a ring a bell, but this is one where they go to hear a will being read out.
Oh yeah. That was a good one too.
It's really cool. It's brilliant. It's a proper like Rod Serling trying to be nasty to horrible people, and he's like, actually, you're dickheads. So the Twilight Zone is going to punish you for it, and that's really nice. It's an awesome ending. So The Masks I think is amazing. And there's another really good one called The Self-Importance of Salvatore Ross, where a guy keeps doing a deal with people, and they'll go, if you do this for me, I'll have 8 years of your life, and he just keeps getting younger and younger. And then it's got a really cool. I can't even remember the conclusion, but I think it's a brilliant episode. And he just keeps doing these deals with people, and I think he makes them get older or something. But anyway, it goes wrong, and it's just brilliant. And he's one. Yeah, and he's a dickhead as well. So it's nice when you get these horrible characters, and you just know the Twilight Zone is going to punish them for it.
What was the 90 Years Without Slumbering again? What was that about?
So it's a good episode. I think it's what happens in it? I remember it from the title, and I remember
See, I'm bad with titles.
Yeah. Sometimes the title stays in my head, and that makes me want to go to the episode to watch it. And that is definitely one that would have been flagged up. Me thinking, I can't wait for that one, but I can't remember exactly what happens. Yeah, so maybe me and Silver can remind us. The 80s one sometimes hasn't aged well, ironically. About 50% of Jordan Peele ones. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah, and I think it's cool that I think the Jordan Peele ones. It's good if people go in with a positive approach, because some people just sort of go, I don't want to watch that because it won't be good because it's new. Brian says he's off, which is cool. I mean, it's a long one today, which is fun. I love this, so I'm having a great time. It's just for me and Dave chatting with you guys. But Medium John Silver might be able to tell us more about the. Here we go. So 90 years, an old fellow believes his life is tied to a grandfather clock. Yeah. Yeah. So it's all connected to that grandfather clock.
I'm not sure if I remember that one.
It's season 5, so it might take you a little while to get to there. Are you watching it
In order.
on recording? Are you watching on recordings you've made, or is it that they're showing it in order at the moment?
Yeah,
on TV?
no, I have the DVD set. My wife, after many years of hinting, my wife finally got that, but that was before streaming took over. So I don't need to use that. I just watch it on I don't know if you have Paramount Plus over there.
No, I want to get it, but it's just an extra expense. I really do want to get it. And I only recently found out it was on that.
That's one of my essentials. We have a number of them. We've thought about cutting a couple. That one, though, will absolutely be an essential. I'll never get rid of that one because I need that for all the Star Trek. You know, the Star Trek franchise is like, they're doing a great job exploding that. So I need it for that. And my daughter needs it. My daughter's obsessed with the show Survivor, so she needs it for that.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we'll never get rid of that one. So that's where I watch the Twilight Zone. They have all the Twilight Zone stuff.
Do they have the 80s one on it as well?
I think I'm not sure. I think they have all of them on there.
Because it was CBS. It was from the same company, so they might have it.
Yeah. All right.
I'll
double check.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know.
Maybe to push you over the edge to splurge on.
Well, I really want to see Strange New World, so I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
and
it's good.
A funny one. Yeah. I love the new Star Trek, so I really liked Picard. And I liked some things about Discovery. I didn't think Discovery was brilliant, but I think there was some things I liked. I liked Saru a lot. I think he was a really cool character.
I don't know that.
I didn't ask you, love.
Evidently you did.
Yeah. Apparently, something I said sounded like Alexa.
Oh, does Siri trigger it? Because you said Saru. Does Siri trigger that thing?
Saru? No, it was no. Alexa. I don't know what it was that sounded like that word, but there we go. She got involved. So I like that, and there was a really cool plot I liked in the, what was it, 3rd or 4th season, or something where there was like a massive intergalactic anomaly that was happening, and it was all down to this alien that was kind of had this trauma.
Burn.
Yeah, and I like that. I like the way that all concluded, and I thought that was really cool the way they did that. So I like that. But it's not a perfect show, and I understand why people get annoyed about it. But I do like. There's I could list the things I like about it. So I definitely wouldn't want to be too harsh on it. I really didn't like what they did with the Klingons in the first series.
Oh.
You could hardly hear what they were saying for a start. I thought their makeup was terrible in the first series.
I mean, what do you got going on? You keep popping in and out.
I think I'm all right now.
Okay. Alexa's like getting mad at you or something.
Yeah.
You're not alone, you know, like I've heard other people say stuff like that. I love Discovery.
Cool. No, I like that. I like to hear someone because I think it's I prefer hearing people saying they like it. So so you like Michael Burnham and the whole kind of crew and all that.
Burnham. I mean, I love the concept of that new, you know, the one single spore drive, and I like that they did like a really big sci-fi idea each season, you know, and I thought like each one was a really freaking cool thing that they did, I thought. And I like that. I like the setting. I liked all the characters. I like the ideas that they kept coming up with a new big idea each season. And I've loved it, you know. And so I am also partial because that was kind of like when Olive was a puppy. That was like our show. Like everybody would go to bed and she and I would go watch.
That's awesome.
I didn't catch it when it started. So then I was binging some of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't start with it when it first came on. So she and I, that was like, we would have everybody else called it our sci-fi night because it was dad and Olive were going to go watch their Star Trek.
That's awesome.
So I have a little nostalgia for that reason too. But
yeah, Well, I haven't seen because it went to Paramount Plus. In this country, we were watching it on what was it? We watched it on. I think it was on Amazon at first. I'm pretty sure it was Amazon at first.
Hmm.
Or was it Netflix? It might have been Netflix. But anyway, once Paramount Plus was created, they took Discovery off everything else, whatever it was on, and then just went to Paramount Plus. So so there was one series, the series that David Cronenberg was in as a scientist, as a doctor or something, and that one where I think it was the first season that was set in the far future, when the Federation wasn't really a thing, and they kind of like by the end of it, they managed to get people working together and trying to create some kind of federation again.
Yeah.
I saw that season, but I think that was the last season I saw. So what was that? Was that season 4?
That was, that was 4. Was that 4? Yeah, I think that was 4.
And I think that ended with Saru deciding to go back to his homeland.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it felt quite conclusive as well, which is weird because clearly they carried on. And I was thinking, I hope they haven't just got rid of Saru. So I hope he's still in it because he's one of my favorite Star Trek characters. But yeah, I like 2, 3, and 4, and I did like the first season enough to defend it at the time and go, I just don't like the Klingons, but I like everything else about it. I don't mind Michael Burnham being the main character because some people are funny about that, but I don't mind. They call her a bit of a Mary Sue character, don't they? Where everything she doesn't do no wrong, but I don't think that's true. I think she keeps screwing up like mad. It's like I don't know why they say that she's a Mary Sue character. She's a lunatic. She keeps like going off and doing stuff and then causing problems, doesn't she? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm part of that book trek thing with Vin and Brandy and Steve Donahue and Mark Aborn. They all hate Discovery, so
I don't know why.
Yeah, I think it's got some good stuff about it. I think Picard's better. Do you like Picard?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, season 2 could have been better, but it was good.
Season 3 was amazing.
Of course it was. Yeah.
That's one of the best things Star Trek's ever done, I think.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was really good, and they really did right by us, giving us like some closure, and the
Easter egg stuff went mental, didn't it? It was like every episode they were just chucking loads of stuff in it, loads of cameos and references to things, and if you knew your Trek, you'd be like, "What? This is cool." And it was all relevant as well. It wasn't like, oh, we didn't need to put that in because that doesn't even make sense. It was all stuff that was relevant, wasn't it? Which is really good. I remember when Tuvok was in it, I was just like, yeah, because I've always liked Tuvok.
Yeah, there was a lot of
and I think actually I prefer that because some people might have thought, well, why can't they have Janeway in it? In that bit, because they might have even asked her. I don't know. But I quite like the fact it was Tuvok because I like Tuvok more.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't he has a conversation with 7, doesn't he? 7 and 9 about her conduct or something.
Who does?
Right?
Oh, Tuvok.
Tuvok. I think it's something like that.
Yeah. Well, he was.
Or was he? Oh no, he might have been talking to Picard and Riker. It's some kind of reprimand, isn't it? Some kind of, so it could have been Janeway. It's that sort of thing, isn't it?
When Tuvok showed up?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, he was. So 7 was talking to him. She was trying to get help, and she was talking to him, and then figured something out.
Yeah, and then he comes back later for a bigger scene, doesn't he? Which is what I was thinking of.
Oh, I'm not sure I remember what you're talking
about.
Back
towards the end, it's like a lot of the plot had already moved on by then, and they're in a different place. But no, it's just brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
We could have a Trekkie themed episode of this, couldn't we, at some point?
Yeah, we certainly could.
Yeah.
I was all excited when I saw what was her character name? The Oh,
Are you going to say Ensign Rowe?
no, not Ensign Rowe. She came back as like the head admiral.
Oh, was it the one that was in Best of Both Worlds?
No,
Um,
Best of Both Worlds.
what
She was
was
the
her
one
name?
that during the Borg episodes when Picard became a
Yeah,
Borg.
that's Best of Both Worlds. Yeah.
She took over the
Yeah.
she took over
I think I know who you mean. Oh, what's her name? But she was a really kind of like irritating character in that episode. Once she hated everyone, and it was like they were butting heads all the time. But it was cool, really cool that she came back.
I can't remember her name. Her real name is Dennehy, Elizabeth Dennehy, but I can't remember what her character's name was.
Is she related to Brian Dennehy?
Yes.
Ah.
So this is the point of my story. I was very excited when I saw her come back because I actually had dinner with her years ago.
No way.
Yeah, because a business partner of mine at the time, his father-in-law was Brian Dennehy. So I ended up getting to have dinner with her and her husband one night, and her husband was funny. Her husband was I forget his name, but he was also an actor. He was one of the, like in the movie Titanic, when the Titanic's going down and the band is playing, the band's playing. He was one of the musicians, like playing while the band's going.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
He was a very funny guy, but he was teasing me because they knew the story then that I loved Star Trek. So we're all sitting there having dinner at the restaurant, and he starts teasing me. He's like, "Yeah, she looked really good in that cat suit, didn't she?" But she was, because she. We're talking back when she was the during those Borg episodes.
It was a really important role, wasn't it? Because once we know her name, it'd be like, of course it is. It's that character. That's so annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's such a great.
B. It starts with a B, I think.
I don't know. I can't remember. I feel like I want to look it up, but I don't even know where my iPad is. But yeah, no, it's brilliant. And there's Brian Dennehy is one of my favorite actors. I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
So that's cool that she was his daughter. But yeah, no, there's loads of stuff that happened in Picard that were just like, that's nice, And I think that team, because I think what they did in season 3, you could see that they had a similar approach in the other 2 seasons of trying to make it interesting for people who were fans originally and trying to do some kind of fan service, but then they went mental in the 3rd season, didn't it? It was just like, actually, let's do this, and it was just like the whole thing was built around nostalgia, really, but written really well, so it wasn't badly done.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I loved it. I loved it.
No, I loved it. And I'm really looking forward to, is it called Star Trek Legacy? The one that's going to have Seven as the captain.
That's not been confirmed yet, has it?
I think it has. I think someone said, I mean, I don't think it's been officially confirmed, but I think someone said that it was like a YouTuber, but it was like a Star Trek channel. And I think they said that there were signs that they were making it. There was some sort of, they was like working out.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. I mean, I've been hearing all the rumors and, all that kind of stuff. And I've been hoping, but I didn't know
I think she's a brilliant captain. I think she's such a brilliant actress and character.
Yeah.
That I think it'd be awesome if she led a show.
Yeah, she's great. And they're supposed to be doing that Section 33 show too.
Yeah.
That should be awesome.
Yeah. Lots to look forward to. Yeah. No, you're right. It's got this kind of a Renaissance-y kind of aspect to it, isn't it? Which some people don't like all of it, but strangely, Worlds has been really popular, isn't it?
Yeah, that's been popular. They've done it. He's good. What's the guy's name that plays Pike? He's a great actor.
Anson something. Is it Anson something or something? Anson.
I forget.
What his surname? But yeah, I agree. I think he's brilliant. He's got really good screen presence, isn't he? And
yeah.
He doesn't have to do a lot for you to think that's cool.
Yeah. They've been doing a great job with these shows, I think.
Yeah. So Yeah, we can think about favorite episodes and stuff like that on another edition of this, couldn't we? That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We get a tricky person in. Maybe get Brandy in or something. Because she's a big fan. She doesn't like DS9 from what I remember. And Next Generation's their thing. But DS9 is my favorite all-time Star Trek iteration.
I didn't watch a lot of DS9. It was just not because I didn't like it. There was just the time of my life when I didn't really watch much TV. You know, I was in college and I didn't those years when I just watched like no TV. You know, like I
timing's
remember
a big part of it, isn't it? Like you said about Discovery.
Yeah, right. That was like a great. Oh, easy. That was a great time for us to. Yeah, so DS9. I just missed a lot of it. But
yeah,
and that
I was watching. Go on.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that my daughter was just born, and I was watching Babylon 5 at the same time as I was watching DS9, and it was like big like TV thing for me, and I was like sitting there with this baby, and it was like, and I was off work as well because I was made redundant the same week that my daughter was born.
Okay.
So it was really weird because it was like I was made redundant with a request to come back a year later.
Huh.
So it was like a small shop, and they said we need to train up this new guy to own the shop. So he's still going to need an assistant. So can you come back in a year? So he's fully trained. And I said, yeah, right. So I had this sort of year off, and that was basically Jesse's first year. So it was really cool. So I ended up, I wasn't worried about getting another job because I thought, well, the job will come around soon. And I just had that time with my daughter, which is really cool, isn't it?
Yeah, that time worked out good.
Yeah, we watched a lot of TV. Well, I watched a lot of TV. She watched it while she was in my arms or whatever. But that was because Babylon 5. I was a big Babylon 5 fan.
Yeah.
So, did you ever watch Babylon 5?
No, I keep hearing you talk about it. It makes me want to go watch it now. It's another one of those ones I obviously knew of it, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Is this still on? Yeah, we're over 4 hours now. This is definitely the longest one we've done.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you, Kelly? Thank you so much for popping back in again because clearly you've come back. So do you want to leave it there, Dave, and like
look after? So it's been half a 4 hours. So it's like half a work day already.
We're not even getting paid, are we?
I didn't expect to be honest. My one daughter had to go pick my other daughter up at her friend's house because I wasn't available. I didn't expect to be on here so long. I told her, yeah, no problem. I can pick you up.
Well, it's very awesome that your daughters were fine with it and didn't go, "What are you doing, Dad? What's well, can you send them my apologies that I've made you stay up later?
Well, this is an accomplishment. It's good to be able to say we did a 4-hour one, although you did a 5-hour one another time. So
yeah, but this is nice because it's like it was a very lively chat and people were really involved. I mean, part of the reason why when Joe was on, we had so many people chatting away, and that's why the comments took a while to get through, wasn't it? Which is nice. It's a nice problem to have. Yeah. It just meant we didn't get a lot of book chat with Joe in the end, but we can bring him back, can't we?
Yeah.
And as long as we don't talk about the same things again, it should be all right.
Yeah. That's right. Well, I mean, we're definitely going to talk about biscuits again, but as long as the other stuff,
that's a given. Yeah.
Oh, actually, we cannot go. We cannot. I have one last thing. I keep forgetting. I wish there was actually even more people here for this, but
let's hope it goes up to 20 odd people. Oh no, they're going. This nip is coming down.
This
is your biscuits today. You didn't talk about it, did you?
No, this is pork roll. Can you see the picture?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
It's a round, flat. See it?
It's yeah. Round, flat bits of pork. So it's kind of like it's almost like a pork burger, isn't it?
Sort of. A lot thinner. But yeah, and they're perfect for. I was gonna say they're perfect for perfect size for putting on an English muffin, but do you call them English muffins or do you just call them muffins?
Yeah, just call them muffins, I suppose. Yeah.
You don't have English, quote unquote English muffins over there?
So you put that on a muffin. So
Oh
I
my
think
God, you don't have English
no,
muffins.
I think your English muffins might be our crumpets.
So English muffin is literally the name of it. It's made by the company Thomas that makes different, bagels, things.
Yeah, but I think they're crumpets.
They're called English muffins. That's the actual name on the package. At least here in America.
Yeah. But I don't know for sure, but I think they're crumpets.
I bet
I'm gonna have to buy some crumpets. What I'll do is next time I've got to remember to do this. I'll buy some crumpets. I'll put them in the toaster right before the show, and I go, "Is this what you think is a muffin?"
Wait.
And if you go, "No, that's bollocks."
Wait 1 second.
Is someone in the chat? If one of you 9 people know what the hell I'm talking about, yeah, it says. Yeah, actually, we've got a little bit here. English muffins have holes in them, and they're not sweet. Kind of a flour and baking powder and shortening flat thing. See, that could be crumpets. See, crumpets have little holes in them at the top, and that's why the butter goes into the holes.
Yeah, I think she means like they have like so. These are English muffins.
Right, I've got it on here. I can see it better here as well. Go on. It's like 30 seconds behind. Yeah. Okay.
See how it says there? Yeah. English muffins original. See that?
Yeah. But it does look. They look like crumpets.
And they have. I'm going to take one out. They have these little they call them nooks and crannies on the inside.
Nooks and crannies.
These are from egg sandwich.
Nooks and crannies are very English words, aren't they? Do you know what nooks and crannies are in reality? Nooks and crannies are like little sort of corners of rooms and stuff.
Yeah. Well, but that's
because can you flip it? Can you flip it so I can see the top of it?
Yeah. He says it's kind of flat, and they're kind of already like broken a little bit. So you pull it. You pull it.
I think it's similar to.
I can't believe this is what 4 hours into our show. This is. Yes, we are BookTube channel. So you just pull it apart like that. It's meant to be pulled apart, and you see how it's got the nooks and crannies. So it's perfect. All the butter gets in there when you butter. You toast them.
Yeah. I think it's the closest thing. It looks like a bit of a scone as well, to be fair.
Not anything like a scone.
I'm just going by. I can't feel it. I can't taste it. You're like on the other side of the world.
And then so you fry an egg and you put that on there, and then one of these pork roll things is perfectly sized. You throw that on.
What are these things? You said eggs. What's an egg?
Crumpets.
I want an egg now. I'm gonna have an egg sandwich in a minute. You don't have sandwiches, do you?
Actually, I might have an egg sandwich. I got the pork roll. I bought this pork roll. I just bought this pork roll specifically to show you what the pork roll is. But I'm gonna eat some of it.
I'm buying crumpets next session. We can talk crumpets. But yeah, I don't know. So Kelly's saying yes. So I think Kelly's saying what I'm saying, that I think it's similar. I don't think it's the same, but it looks like it might be the similar kind of feel, like taste and consistency. Because there's this very specific taste to a crumpet. It's got this sort of tanginess.
Yeah. And
it's to do with the way it's made. It's got a lot of, I think it's got a lot of gluten in it. Medium John Silver says English muffins are essential to eggs Benedict.
Yes, he's absolutely right. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
John Silver, I love eggs Benedict. Like if whenever I'm like, if we're traveling and we eat breakfast in a restaurant and they have eggs Benedict, I order it. I automatically like that's I love eggs Benedict. And it's not something I'm ever going to make at home. English muffins are more crumbly than scones or crumpets, I think.
Okay. But that might be why I thought the consistency might be more like scones.
I mean, crumpets
aren't crumbly at all.
I don't know what your scones are like, but my wife likes scones, and they're like they're little triangular little things, but it's like a very dry, Freddie. Yeah, maybe your scones are different.
You got triangular scones. Tell you what, triangular scones. It's no surprise that Trump got in. Can I just say that?
What?
It's no surprise that Trump got in if you got triangular scones. What the hell?
What's the world coming to, right? Trump's getting the nomination. We got triangular scones.
Yeah, dogs and cats living together. Yeah, okay. Triangular scones. Okay, I need to get some scones and show you that as well. The scones don't look if you hadn't have flipped it so you could see the circular inner bit of your English muffin, the side looks like a scone. If you looked at it from the side, that looks like a scone. It's like a spongy cake, isn't it?
Yeah. This is not like spongy cake. This is like, it's bread. It's like toast. Like
right. Yeah, which might be why it's like a crumpet. But Kelly's saying,
all right, next show I want to see pictures. I want to see crumpets and scones.
I'm very happy to have an excuse to buy crumpets. I think we buy less crumpets now because Ali, my wife, is always worried about me having too much bread stuff because bread's got sugar in it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I used to have a lot of bread. I used to have a lot of toast and sandwiches and stuff like that. And Joe's back.
He's back.
Joe, we're here 4 hours later, Joe. This show was 4 hours long. So in that sense, you're a lightweight.
We talked about Canadian bacon. We talked about Canadian bacon, Joe. They don't call it in Canada. They don't call it Canadian.
No, we just call it bacon, wouldn't you? We have bacon. Bacon is bacon universal?
No, we're not. Are we going back to the bacon again? No, we have all different definitions of bacon. And see now, Joe, when I say Taylor ham, Joe will know exactly what I'm talking about because he's from the same tri-state area. So
Taylor ham. Oh, he's the guy in Aerosmith, isn't he?
What? Steven Tyler? Oh boy.
Mary's here. Look at that. Mary, you made an escape from being on this show. Look. Mary here, a little late, but oh my god, freaking love being John Malkovich. Yes. I've watched that so many times. Kills me when he's singing his Malkovich song. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Mary. That's brilliant. I'm glad that you're in. Yeah. Go on, Dave. You were saying that before I freaked out that Mary was here.
I don't remember.
I think you were going to tell me about bacon again. Taylor ham.
And at the end, 4 hours later, it comes right back around to the food.
You're all back to the food. Always back to food. But I am going to have an egg sandwich, I think, before I go, because it's only 3:20.
Yeah.
So clearly,
I'm actually going to have an egg sandwich now too. I didn't.
Yeah. Do you have? So I really love. One thing I love doing. I might do this instead, right? One thing I love doing at night, right? This is my little treat, my little supper thing, right? I've only got 5% of my phone left. It's all gone dark. I thought, what's just happened? So that's my phone going. Can you stop, please? I'm tired, and it's all right. My phone, whatever. So what I like to do, I put 3 eggs on. So I have 3 fried eggs, and I put them on two slices of toast.
3 fried eggs on 2 slices of toast.
2 slices of toast. So I make 2 slices of toast, put it on a plate, put 3 eggs on it, salt and pepper. Love it.
Okay.
It's my little treat.
Is that what you're going to eat now?
Yeah, that's what I'm eating in a minute. I'm going to have that. Joe just said horror movie, and I'm thinking Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's an old one. Yeah, it is an old one. Someone's just arrived. Oh, we're going to have to go on for another 4 hours. Someone just arrived. Cobalt Dragon says hi. If anyone's watching this on the replay, then I'd be curious to know if you can make a comment in the comment section if you started 3 hours in, or if you've literally watched 4 hours of a live stream that isn't live anymore. That'd be amazing to know if you've just got to this point and you didn't, if you came in from the beginning. Cobalt Dragon says, no worries. Love it. So no worries. This guy, so Cobalt Dragon's clearly English. So no worries. That's not an American thing, is it? No worries is a English thing, right?
No,
Yeah.
we say it. I say it all the time.
Oh, do you say it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you just said Hakuna Matata. All right. So should we go and get our eggs then and leave it for this week?
Oh God, I don't know. Now it's like we're almost at the record here.
Oh, yeah, no, but my phone's about to die.
No,
I could see.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Let's. I think we've done well. And oh no, Canadian. Who's Canadian?
Her.
Is that the same? Is that somebody talking about themselves in the third person? That'd be amazing if it is. I love that.
I'm thinking she probably is, because you told her that she was British or something.
I thought she was, yeah, but she's talking about herself in the third person. I love it.
Yeah.
So hello, Cobalt Dragon. Night all. I am tapping out. There you go. So,
thanks, Kelly. See ya. So are we. Yeah, she's Canadian.
Yeah, Canadian. Hello. Awesome. Thanks so much for popping in and for if you could anyone that's the was it 10 people, all these 10 people, go and get yourself an egg sandwich
with pork roll.
With pork roll. And a crumpet as well on the side.
All right. So next time, Fortnightly will be back on a Thursday.
We'll be back on a Thursday, and we'll be talking about Labyrinth, Willow, and Time Bandits.
Yeah, that's the homework, everybody.
Yeah, that's the homework, and we'll get suitable guests on.
We'll squeeze in books too, but
yeah, we're trying to squeeze it. We have so little book content this time, don't we? We'll try and correct that. I mean, let's face it, it was only 4 hours. It's quite a short one, so that's part of the reason why we have a lot of
4 hours and 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes. How long do you think we spent talking about books?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Yeah, probably. It was probably more like 20.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
Awesome. All right.
Well, thank
guys,
you. Whoever's left, thanks, everybody.
And if you're watching on the replay, thanks for watching it on the replay too. Make sure that you tell every single person you meet in the street to check out our next one.
That's right.
And we've got another one. Good night.
Good night.
That's William John Silver again. Good night. Awesome. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Gareth. Jareth. Sorry. Thanks, Jareth.
Yeah, we didn't come up with a name for you, did we? Damn. All right. Let's close it there.
Bye, everyone. Say bye.